Namaskar, good morning, good day, Sasyakal, Assalamu alaikum, Vanakkam, Namaskaram. This is Yasura Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, 3rd of August 2020. Another day of life, one day all is gone. This is new day and that shall also be old day, but talks continue, life continues, problems continue, solutions continue. This is what life is all about. We have to see for good time and future time. We have to see life in different perspective. Life is changing, it changes and change is life. Change is that is required. Change is important. We cannot stand on one pillar only. We cannot stand on one foundation only. We have to keep changing and change and acceptance of challenges, facing problems actually. We have to understand problems because there are no challenges in life. Challenge we say, actually there is no challenge. God has already made decisions, we don't know, we call it challenge. But power, superpower, world universe power that is controlling whole universe. It is that one that doesn't understand, and for it nothing is significant. For it there is no excitement for nature. There is no excitement in nature. Nature does not excite. Only we excite, and that's our weakness, I can say. It is weakness of human being to excite for nothing, and human excites, and that leads to problems. So excitement, there should be no excitement in fact, but it happens. This is a these are that is also a fact of life. Fact of life is that we excite for nothing. We should excite, we should not excite, I should say. But people excite. If you get something, you excite. If you get something unexpected, you excite. This is maybe positive or this may be negative. For me, both positive and negative are okay. Life moves like that. God is responsible for whole universe. We are not responsible. It's God's property and God shall take care of everybody, provided we take care of ourselves. Because God has put its power in everybody. You cannot leave it to God's responsibility all the time. And if you put God's responsibility, this means you are not obeying orders of God. You are not obeying orders of God. God is God and human is human. Human is always under control of God. You cannot say that human is everything. Human is not even a tool of God. Human is an opportunity. You are human, you are opportunity, given an opportunity to prove that you are a successful soul. And if you can prove that, you may find something, then it's okay. We can move further on this little subject, little talk. This I try to share with you every day as far as possible. As much as I can share with you this talk. It's not that means this SRS2 again. I'm not going to talk a lot on this because there's no much except that few political persons have been infected in Bharat, and then you can say engineering management is important in today's talk, and also systems and changes and organization. You may say challenges after talking and thinking, human thinking, and result. That's the only result I can say. General material specifications and total quality systems. All quality is structured one, and soil engineering reports, FIDIC red and white, red and silver, and more. This is what is intention. Only intention can't guarantee anything. What is covered, and after all, I am also human. I cannot guarantee anything. It's mind that speaks. It's just mind that expresses its desires, or it wants to give you or take from you. Because when I give you, I take confidence of people. That is also important. Just giving is not enough. I take confidence of people, and I hope I should be successful in that. But I can't say I'm not celebrity. I can't be. I'm just an ordinary person, very very ordinary person like you, just like you can say a particle of water, a particle of sand. Nothing more than that. I am nothing more than I can say. Yet I'm here with you to share my thoughts, to share my experience, to share my little knowledge, not a, you can say vast. It must take some time to express my knowledge. Maybe sometime I talk extensive. I apologize for that, but sometimes what happens, if something comes to your mind and it happens that mind starts getting more and more and more. So I can't say. Now, it's no meaning to talk a lot about COVID-19. Whole world knows what's happening. Yet there are some developments that in our country it has reached big people, top people, politicians. It has reached. Well, I don't say that's good or bad, but when there's a problem, natural problem, it doesn't see face of anyone. It can affect everyone, even animals. Dogs have been affected somewhere, and people actually sometimes don't know what happened and what happened or not happened. They think, oh no, it's not that, but actually, I can say as an individual that COVID is not just SARS, it's everything. It can happen to every part of our body, and that's why it's more concern now. It's a greater concern now. It's not that what we thought is only impact on causes impact on respiratory system. It can cause impact on every part of body, every system of body, mind system, you can say stomach system, heart system. I consider them system as just to express in a better way, not in a medical way, in general way, that don't just stop at SARS. That's not adequate. That's only, you may say coma comes after that. Then it can be heart, or it can be coma, you can say stomach, it can be coma neurons or brain, or it can be coma other parts of your body. So actually such contemplation raises issues more than solves issues. Control is nowhere, it does not exist. There is no solution on this you can say, on this guest of world, you should say guest, because it's impacting us so negatively, yet we do not know it, so we are just saying guest. Maybe, all over world, it's accelerating its existence, its journey, and it's not giving any mercy to anybody. Many people, and particularly youth, they should think that anxiety is no solution. Anxiety is no solution. Enthusiasm is no solution. Means we know that youth are energetic and they cannot think a lot, they can work a lot, or they can express a lot, they can demonstrate a lot. We see in Germany what happened. There are some restrictions imposed by government onto people just to have precautionary measures against COVID-19. But they are not ready. The German people are not ready to accept. Many more countries in Europe, these people are not ready to accept. Reason being that they want democracy, they want rights. I don't understand what you mean by that. But they say we don't care for this, we want freedom. Freedom is more important than, threat of COVID for them. So I think Corona or COVID is not just affecting health, it's affecting psychology of people, or you can say mental health. I think about half or more than half population of world are depressed, psychological ill, forget SARS and forget all of this. They have become psychological ill. This means COVID is very intelligent. It knows how to handle public. It is impacted minds of people, minds of world. And I think this is well planned, well planned management by COVID. Means you never thought that youth or others would act in a way. They would demonstrate that we don't accept your restriction. Well, I think restriction is a must as precautionary and disciplinary measure. We should know that safety, we adopt safety in our fields, safety against accidents and safety against bad weather and safety against hazards and safety against so many considerable questions we adopt in our discipline, in our profession, or everywhere we adopt. Safety is a must, and if you suppose you do not know cause of that problem, then it's more severe that we have to take stronger measures rather than leaving it to normalcy. But it's not happening. I think it's because of time, it's because of duration this COVID is taken. We just count from December onward, it's now 8th month running. So about 8th or 9th month, I think people have been, upset. They have been, very much disturbed us for so many months. Our life has is no more as it was in past. It has changed all levels of existence and surviving. Means all your freedom that existed before COVID it doesn't exist now. Freedom doesn't exist. Shaking hands, we used to shake hands, we used to embrace, we used to talk together, whisper with each other. We have to enjoy societies, functions, ceremonies, death parties, death celebrations, or death psychiatric celebration, death management, or death participation, or condolences in groups. And there was a complete open arena in all fields. That has been closed, life has changed, and there is no vista which can show us that it will reinstate. No, it will not. Means as restriction everywhere, how many times one has to wash hands, how many times one has to think of how many meters I am from this person, and if we use mask and I am living in England or somewhere else in Europe, and now its temperature will be around 40 degrees Celsius. Certainly, everybody thinks of means it's very hot at my nose. My nose is steaming if I use a mask, and also I can't tolerate it because I am a person from cold region. I never expected hot season. Well, that is to some extent you say it is inconvenience to those people who are not used to heat system. But in our country, Bharat, India, situation is different. Our people are careless. There is no reason that they should not use mask. But I am surprised to see people are little careless about that. The least bother, 70-80% people least bother about wearing mask or resorting to precautionary measure. I was in market yesterday and was at ATM. Some people were standing there. About 70-80% did not wear masks, and those who were talking or smoking. And one person asked me, why you are wearing this mask or closing your mouth? Whatever has to happen. This mask cannot, protect you from that impact. Hence, thinking is completely different. Either you believe or you be scientific. That person was talking only in belief, only in faith, which has no reason, which has no logic to define. That's why I asked him, Mister, if you do not believe this, you think everything will happen accordingly what has to happen, and you have no role playing, taking precautions. Do one thing, go and jump from that building and come safe and tell me that nothing happened to me because I had to live. This is what people don't understand. God is there, we know God must be there. Without God, this universe cannot move, I cannot talk, I cannot walk, I cannot live. A single moment or a fraction of a moment. We know all, but we don't forget, we should not forget that God has given us right also, right to live, right to work, right to think through this body. This body is not made by we, It was manufactured by God. It's God. So I have to take care of God's given blessings. This body is a blessing, is a tool, is an equipment, is a machine that has been given to me for use. So if I use this body, if I use my mind, I keep this machine safe, intact. What's problem is that's God's duty, it's God's command, God's order I'm doing. If I'm maintaining this body, I'm taking precaution measures so that I am not impacted by all these forces. What's wrong with that? This is God's desire, I think. I should consider this way. If I feel happy, my body is fat, I take care of that. That's what God wants me to do because it's God's body. God will destroy it one day when God thinks that yes, it's no more useful. I give you another body or come on, stay with me. Means it can happen that way. We have to be little, better than an understanding than the human matter. We cannot live everything by saying, oh, God will take care. God would take care. That's indeed true. We cannot say deny this fact. God shall take care. But first of all, you have to take God's care, and God's care says you are property of God first. Protect this property. And if you can't protect the property, there are so many thieves and robbers. They are also made of God, but they are bad children. If you want to be bad children, fine. You be bad child of God. What can God say? God has 8 billion children and maybe so many equal number of other creatures in this universe. So you cannot say that God would decide. He has already decided. God has decided, but God has also decided that you care for this. You are a given machine. You are given a machine, and you have to operate that machine. That machine belongs to you for some duration. That machine should be kept well maintained and well checked up and oiled properly, or cleaned properly regularly. And you have to ensure that it has electrical current or not, or adequate petroleum or whatever it functions, and you have to feed in and you have to maintain it properly so its operation is good, its efficiency is good. So you say that way. God wants everybody to take care. This is examination of every world citizen. I am not saying national citizen, I am saying world citizen, because without any certification, without any question, everybody is resident of Earth. Therefore, everybody belongs to this world. We cannot be thrown out of this world by human being. Yes, we can be thrown out from one country to other if we talk of citizenship of any country or whatever country. Or I say, as far as residence is concerned, nobody has power to throw someone from this world out of this world, because there is no way. Physically, it's not possible. Yes, you can kill someone, that's different, but that's not normalcy. That means a crime. And what I say, take care of COVID. COVID is not friend of one. It can come to you whatever way, and when it can come to all. It has come to everyone, and yes, you better use mask, and also don't use mask in foolish way. I have seen people just wearing mask and both nostrils and mouth are open, exposed. So what's the function of that? And some close only mouth and nose is exposed. It doesn't serve any purpose even, because mouth is generally closed except you talk at that time. So mouth generally remains closed if you're silent, and nose is exposed. This means you are not protecting yourself. And also, if possible, use glass and consume good food. Means don't consume market items, don't take sweets, and don't take cookies from market, from vendors, from all. Better cook at home and stay fat. That's the only purpose. I'm not talking of that's because already we in Bharat have crossed about 1.7 billion. We have reached around, maybe today it may be around 1.8 million, possibly 1.8 million cases, infections in our country, Bharat, which is really rising with unexpected speed, unexpected high speed. You can't say about 50 to 57,000 in range of that infections every day. If it goes with this speed, means 15 lakhs, 1.5 million to 2 million per month. So it's certainly going to reach, you can say, 10 millions or more around 2 or 3 months, which is really a point of consideration. Means I'm not interested in politics on this, because politicians never never speak the truth, and they always try to hide, statistics of a number of cases that happen. It's happening everywhere. Even in North Africa, in your Latin countries, you can see what's happening there. In South Africa, you see 500,000 infections, and there are more than 1 lakh deaths in Brazil, and I think more than 2 million or around 2 million cases there, infections there. And what's happening in Europe, you know very well. What's happening in Germany, what's happening in Italy, what's happening somewhere in Hong Kong, and what's happening again in China, and what's happening Gulf, very well known to everyone. Gulf is very critical situation, and what's happening in Philippines, and what's happening in Israel. People are now protesting against the regime that it didn't consider, it didn't handle a virus properly. And same thing in Bharat, India. Government has a slap. Government has worry less now. Government is not interested about health of people. It is only interested in other activities. So I am just referring to that what's happening. You cannot blame one country or two countries or three countries. All politicians and all the countries are sailing in the same boat. Gradually they are leaving people to their fate themselves, and they are coming up more interested for them is economy, and they forget economy won't help you if your health, public health is not strong, not fit. That's point here. So I can't say more than this on today's talk, because I'm not here to criticize anyone. I'm here to suggest, to appeal to people. Don't depend upon anything. Please don't depend upon anything. Don't depend upon assumptions, and don't depend on what will happen shall happen. Yes, that is true. Whatever has to happen in connection with the individual, it shall happen. Even then, you cannot leave it to that. Means, particularly to poor, I should say, I will not say which is politicians or industries or factory owners, they can afford. But those people who are of lower class, means financially or status-wise, like industrial workers or like other people, daily wage workers, and those who don't have many resources with them, who can't afford anything, to them particularly, because if they fall sick of COVID, there is no place that they will be treated. They will be treated badly, and there will be no food or water to be fed properly. So don't invite that problem. Stay together, stay with work where you are working. On work also, I have seen construction workers don't use masks when they are working. I see some private building. I don't understand why they do masks. Yes, you are a strong person. You have every face. But you are working with material, don't forget. You are working with sand, you are working with aggregate, with cement, with water, everything. All can become medium for you to transfer virus. You try to understand that point. So yes, you use mask and work accordingly. Even if you feel inconvenient, you can give rest pause after half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. You can take some rest pause, and then better. If you do not live safe, you cannot work safe. This remember. You may say, I talk to workers like this, many electricians, others who come to her. Oh, so what else have to happen? We are workers, nothing happens to us. Don't say like that. Workers, okay, you are strong, you have immunity, but it can cause problem. Means, okay, it won't give you harm, but it can affect you. And once it affects you, so far there is no evidence, there is no guarantee that after this recovery, I don't accept this as recovery. If you come out of hospital, this is not recovery. This is just, you are in normal way there, but not in strong way. There is no you can say assurance that you won't be impacted again, because this virus particle, this virus entity already has entered your body, and it can attack any time. There have been cases that side effects were noted and heart somewhere. So I should say that I should not repeat everything every day. It's in the same manner. That's why I'm saying, don't take it lightly. It's not question of lightness. Intelligent and educated people are not very well informed. Our public is not very well informed. That's my concern. We are not informed well. That's another point of concern, that we are not informed well. We should be informed well. Well, come on to now engineering management. Engineering management, we say, I every day say engineering management, which is let's say, I say it is life. I should say, and management, quality, and like that. I should say that that is life. Why I say life? You also know that why I say life. Life means you are not living in forest, you are not living in jungle, you are living in well-built houses. General people, even if you have a small house or a small cluster house, there's jhuggi, hutment, maybe 20 square meter only, yet it's good for living at least for 1 or 2 person, if not 4 or 5. So something is better than nothing. If you have that, you are lucky that you are comfortable. Otherwise, you had to stay in open, somewhere below some flyover, somewhere in footpath or in subway. So you can also see that life. You are lucky that you have some house built with you, and that is life, and somebody built that for you, even at your money cost, but somebody did for you, and that is result of engineering. Even if there was no engineer on that, yet engineering, mason applied engineering or carpenter applied engineering, or you applied yourself with whatever small knowledge or smallest information you have about how works are done. So indirectly there also engineering is for you. You can't say that this is not engineering. That is very much engineering part. When I think of engineering management, it's completely different. I am not referring to what books say, what institutions say, because I have done it practically, I experienced it, so I cannot depend upon what they say. They say what is written by someone or what information they have got. In fact, those who write those management etc., they themselves have not experienced that. They just refer. They take information from here and there and publish that according to their minds, according to their presumption. But those who work in field or have worked in field, real engineering, they can think and they can write very differently. I am also one of those people who have been exposed to virtual work, to real work, field work and office work. When I say virtual work, it is office work or remote work from site, but in front, remote front. I work say in site office, that's also project work. Site work leads to field work and field work leads to delivery of project. Just like I start with say think of something. When I say think and at end is deliver. If you think, you deliver. This doesn't mean you think, you deliver. There's a lot between thinking and delivery. There's a complete process chain. There's a complete process train, you can say. There's so many instances and so many stops in between or comma in between. Then you complete train and go to delivery, and also there is one more train, then maintenance, which continues forever. Therefore, my philosophy or my basis or my criteria, or you may call anything about engineering is not book engineering, not at all. It's not book engineering, it is engineering of work. You have to work in engineering, that's engineering. Without work, you cannot say you are doing engineering. You may be working in designs, or you may be working planning, safety, management, quality, wherever you are working. Or you working on side and front. We just say nowadays front is very important, and that's real front, where you have to expose to, like army is exposed to all other conditions, and and disciplined work you have to do, and you have to do defined procedure work. Means everything is defined, everything is scripted in drawings, and everything is given to you, and you have, though it's not given practically in every cases, but it is assumed that you are given information what you have to do, and you are not alone there. You are a group, a crew, you are a member of a crew or a group or team that you work with, and that's very important one. If that information which comes from somewhere goes to a down to you, and if it doesn't reach you, that's an accident. We can say procedural accident. And if it reaches you, you cannot understand that, and somebody is not there, available there, that can make you understand. Then that's also in that case accidental loss, because that information which was meant for work fails to reach you, and therefore you fail to, you fail to do what according to that information which is missed somewhere. So point is this, that's why I say think and deliver. There's a lot of activities done between these two locations, and if you continue, if you provide every fill-in, then I think you shall be a successful person with job accordingly. Now, engineering, again I say, it's not that engineering which you think is engineering. Engineering is a very long process. It's not simply what's happening in field of engineering. It's a very, very long process. It's a process you can say just like you say, I saw in field in farming, and after that I reap my crop. It's not in 1 day or 2 days that you saw today and you reap tomorrow. It has its time, its functions, its procedures, its timings, and more materials are required there. And it's sometimes working in morning, sometimes working in evening, and sometimes working in rain, sometimes working in thunderstorm, sometimes working in frost. It's like that. You cannot say that you are unique conditions. You have unique conditions there, multi-change conditions, and that's what I'm saying, that we cannot generalize something. This is only for civil, but also for all mechanical, electrical, or all other disciplines. So not only in engineering, otherwise also, because life is a chain. Engineering doesn't stop at delivery alone. It continues after that. You maintain structures. You don't maintain structures, but structures required to be maintained, because without maintenance nothing can move. Maintenance is a part of life. It's a part of project to some extent, but later on it changes. It stays upon project to use or operation. When I say use, means there is an owner or user whose property it is, and that use doesn't mean that that person should not take care of that. It's like caretaking. Caretaking, we take activities caretaking, but the structural caretaking is also important. But it depends upon finance, it depends upon everything. So this is a part of engineering as well, and it impacts upon society. It impacts upon everything, and because it's cost of a year, projects are cost of a year, and sometimes costs come and they have to leave many items undone, or we think that we cannot do this because of budget short, or later we do this, it happens, and something is not. So engineering management is actually engineering research, you can say. It's engineering innovation, you can say. It's engineering wonders, you can say. You might have heard many projects are wonderful projects, which after all every year it is engineering structure which is involved, but it's still wonderful. They say, oh, see this project, how it has been constructed, what idea is there, how it looks, and aesthetics of this, and beautiful it is or wonderful it is. We say sometimes that. So we appreciate that philosophy of that design included in that project when that project is being performed. So we credit it like that. I think this is credit, not what credit you got through law. If you feel that this project is very good, you think it's beautiful, you think it's useful, you think it's a sign of, it's a legend of some area. That's what credit is. But there is no question of name of a person who did that. But engineering marvel, we can say, engineering marvel it is. It's really engineering product, and this product, this product stays for decades, for centuries. It doesn't go in 1 or 2 years or 2 months or 3 months, just like you say, we buy some item and then we throw off that item after use, or after few years we throw it. And it's completely different. That's why I changed my mind on engineering. Engineering is permanent, and it's new, always it's new. It's never old. Every you used to one project and you do same design again at some other location, you shall find change, complete change, because of many reasons. One reason is environment, another reason is soil properties, and then quality, quality criteria, and what materials are you going to use, same material or different material, and you know facilities in other area. All that brings changes to that project. So you cannot say that your one project applies everywhere. It has not necessary. Engineering is not fixed, obviously. Yes, for some period you can say, when you do start something for few years, or say some years or some decade, you can say, base move on in that. So this is the style we do these days. So this type of foundations or this type of structure foundation I can't guarantee, but structures big case. These types of structures are very common these days. It depends anyway. I cannot say common or not common. Every structure is unique in a sense, in a way, because its design is unique, and it's for people who involved on that for implementation or execution of that project and design of that project, and quality achievement on that project, or you say value of that project, it's different. Engineering is not based simply on methods. Engineering is based on materials and human being and machines. Engineering is very much dependent on these resources. These are all physical resources. We have human resources, which is a physical one. Without human resources, no project can be done. Without materials, no project can be done. Without equipment, no project can be done. These are facts. Without technology, no project can be done. And without money, no project can be done. Money, you can say technology, environment, and these physical materials, resources like human resources and equipment. We just see there was, I heard last day news that I think one big crane collapsed in some, I think Andhra or somewhere. It fell, it accidentally broke, and many people were trying to see where is engineering then. This means some error was there, certainly. It failed in its load capacity. This means there was some bad resistance somewhere the machine could not, or there was some wrong connection between boom area and you saw some area. I don't have details of that. And also I got some news that some bridge in USA also failed. Similarly, many buildings fail during construction or post. So accidents have you can say you can say boundaries, means because engineering has no boundaries. It happens all over Italy or somewhere in our country or USA or wherever. It goes on because humanity is same all over world, and people sometimes condone, sometimes forget, sometimes overlook due to whatever reason. They don't go into depth, and also it applies to engineers as well. Because for me, not because I'm engineer I'm talking that. Engineer is something different. It's only profession in world which is different. I should say that. And particularly civil engineering is entirely different than all other engineering, because civil engineering is not only design. Specific in this is important role of civil engineering discipline is that you have to produce everything on site. Everything related to structure, you have to, you know, do a lot of work on those activities, like you can say reinforcement concrete material, or you can say pre-stress material, or you can say, I can't say structural steel is that much important because that made is of course ready-made, it's manufactured fabric here, it's already manufactured. So on-site role, I think structural steel is not having that much value, but pre-stress, because pre-stress, your work yard, your casting yard or casting factory, also you can say is included site, but the structural steel manufacturing of this steel plant is not a member of site, so that's something different. So I should say civil engineering is a little different profession, not exactly what other professions are. We should take it that way. Civil engineering is entirely different, and civil engineer has to understand this point, that you are, of course, you are a civil engineer, you are like others, you have a title and you have a designation, you have a status, but your work leads other work. Remember, lead in a sense, you are number one to move somewhere, when some project moves. This means first you move and then project move. You take it this way. Project is there, we know, but movement of project is not done by someone other than civil engineer. This is, you can say, beauty, or you can say character, or you can say gift to engineering, that civil engineer comes before everyone else. You can say civil engineer opening batsman, or opening starter, or opening, welcomer. It is what civil engineer is. Site welcomes civil engineer and civil welcomes everybody else. When civil engineer leaves that site, that civil engineer leaves that site completely built, developed. That's the beauty of civil engineer. Civil engineer is a sacrifice, I should say. If one is a real civil engineer, don't think of money or think that's all right, it's okay, but your work is different, in a sense that you convert soil to masses, masses of buildings or structures or cities or towns. You convert that, and you also assimilate mechanical machines and electrical equipments and all other which are used for services or for making your building smart enough. Smart building, or you can say professional building, I should say, rather than a smart building. Building professional means it should serve purpose efficiently for which it was intended to be designed, and not only serve, it should keep serving forever until that project lies with durability of better life, like that project. That's civil engineering. Civil engineering should be understood first, not, don't think it's conventional engineering. It's not conventional engineering. It's a rare, you can say, it's an engineering which others engineering rarely do. So if you think that way, you have to appreciate your engineering yourself. No one shall appreciate until you, first of all, you are off from people. Means whole world doesn't know other than engineers what you do. That's the point here. You do everything, but people don't know what actually you do, and they say, okay, some work goes on inside, and they don't know, and they must know that that's a point. We have failed in teaching or disseminating this information among our public. And not only here, it's all over the world. Civil engineers have failed in their duty to disseminate to public what actually civil engineering is. This is my observation. We talk among ourselves. Our institutions talk among themselves. That's not adequate. Our institution purpose is not to talk to themselves. Our engineering purpose is not to keep engineering to themselves. One think of its family only, that I have a son or I have a daughter. I want my daughter to be electronics engineer or to be an MBA or to be whatever else. I don't want my daughter or son to be civil engineer. That is the criteria we miss, I remember my time when I was admitted to engineering diploma. I still remember that because one of my father wanted me. My father could not explain to me. I was in 8th standard, I think 8th standard. Yes, I just was appearing an examination of 8th standard in school classes, and my father thought that, my father did not know what actually is. He only said that, construction of houses, of buildings. I want you to be that person, that engineer. He was interested in plans, made the drawing of plans and that. Just no, he saw this, he was not educated in that. He saw some building construction opposite our shop, and he was impressed that people coming, engineers coming, and they do work, they supervise work. My father also used to go to that site to see how work is done. So he just knew that something is better. It's a respectable profession, and then he encouraged me that I should do this. But at that time I was 8, and he just calculated. It's only question of 8 years. See, intelligence of my father at that time, when I was in 8th standard, you can say I was just about 13 years of age, and my father maybe at that time 30 or 40. I can't say how many. Maybe 40. I think maybe 8, 4, 47. Yeah, 4 to 6. 6 minus about 50 years of age possibly. He might be 50 years of age at that time. So we had a contemplation that my son should do this like this, without knowing what is that. He said, can't you study for 8 years? I said, okay, fine. I could not understand what he wants to say. Okay, you want me that, fine. And by my God's blessings, I got some person who further guided on that. And he was actually he was our professor in that institution, and he told me, I am from civil. That professor was in charge of civil section, and you opt for civil. He didn't. My marks were little. I could not get admission to direct graduation. So you can say I was a bad student. Yes, I agree with that. I was not brilliant one. I am third class student, and I was very bad. But that person encouraged me. Don't worry. And because there was a contradiction here, my school, 11th, when I was in 11th standard, my drawing teacher encouraged me not only me to all, but do not join civil if you go to engineering, because civil has no scope. You either join mechanical or electrical, which can give you a job. So that picture was already in my mind. See, what teacher of school says, that impresses you, or not to others. So a teacher of 11th standard of drawing, and that teacher of trying to say, you don't go to civil, you go to either mechanical. That time civil, electrical and mechanical were important engineering, or common engineering. So we said, okay, and we will not go to somewhere. Now another person is there who is in higher position than my teacher, and this person is from Polytechnic, and he says, he was our known to somebody from South. He was our customer. So don't worry, I can help you. Do one thing. My marks are 47% marks, so he was not impressed with my marks. Well, I could not help it, and I, of course, at that time 47% means it was a good second division, and this means I had no chance to join or to be admitted to a PE course, and I think it was not even adequate marks for diploma even. So I changed my ideas. Okay, I may pass BSc, I can join some BSc. That was possible, Bachelor of Science. Then that person also said, okay, you do one thing, you go to and get one form from my institute, and you go and get one form from BSc or Delhi University or somewhere. So I said, okay, I'll do. Some other time he came and said, okay, do one thing, don't go to university, just go to institute and get form for diploma. Don't waste time in going to university. So I did that. Only form I filled was that. Only form. So I'll get it done. I have inquired that possibly you'll get admission. Your marks are within 11 to go to 11. I didn't understand. Because people say if you don't get 75% marks or 65 marks like that, you can't get admission. But it's, where God pulls you, you go there. When you are innocent, God helps you. So I was innocent. I didn't know anything about this. So God helped me with this through this person or that person. And he told me, go to civil. Don't opt for something else. If you are, I go to civil, you will be in my section, and I can help you. Okay. When I was called for interview, my professor came from my school teacher. Don't join for civil. Can I get mechanical? Oh, yes, why not? Mechanical. No, give me civil. See how you stay in delusion, on stay on dilemma. You do this or you do that. But one person says this, other person says that, and you know nothing. Your parent thought you should do that. So I said, okay, civil. And really, believe me, this was a civil, and in my time in that institution there were 30 seats of civil engineering diploma, because I passed diploma first. I'm not very big person. I was a bad student, I can say. Due to whatever reason, there were so many reasons behind my being bad. It's not because I didn't want to study, because of this reason, financial reason, economical reason. There are so many reasons. Now, no need of that. If sometime I write my biography, I could reflect in that my life, but I think that would never come. No, well, no. Just like I was student, and I got civil, and we started to classes and all that. And thereafter, so many bad and good happened. But however, I passed my engineering, and I'm really thankful to policy of governments in those days. I started my schooling. I passed my education school 11th class pass, or higher secondary we called it those days. Under government policy, you can say my education was like free, means no very considerable expenses in that actually. And even sometimes milk was given free during lunch time. So I am also a product of that positive government policy, you can say. Government of India's welfare state type policy, though it was not welfare state formally, but that government in those days had a plan that we should provide as much as free education to public or to those who want to study. I got benefit of that for 11 years, though it was private school. I mean, this trust school. Yes, there were aid from government, and I also one of that. It's like free means you cannot say you have to pay very small fees. There was no bus expense. I used to come by walking from my home. Like that means you did not spend much, and books were also not very expensive. And teachers were very good, very impressive, very hard-working teachers. Teachers wanted to see their children, their student go up, rise in life. Like that, I got benefit of that education, and then in my diploma I got scholarship. The two in that percentage marks, merit coming scholarship for 3 years, and after that I passed the section A and section YI, which is also equivalent to free because you were in job, so for you to spend some money is not a big deal. So I can say that I am a free product of engineering. Today they spend lakhs and lakhs and lakhs and many lakhs, I don't know, crowds, and I should be, say, my country gave me that. I can claim that. Young people may say whatever they say now, but that government of this country cared for education, and education in such a way that they did not worry about the specialization of education, but at least that level where you can fit in somewhere, you can get some job, so that you can move forward. If you want to further improve, you can improve, but at least you can move. That's an important point, and that I can say this is social engineering. This is social engineering, I should say. If you produce, because in those days there was very shortage of engineers, not civil engineers in general, shortage because, but civil engineers were shortage to some other reason. No, not this reason means civil engineers were not short. They had no jobs because of some other reasons which were not related to progress or thing. Some technical, some contractual reasons, and I can say that I got job also. See, after passing my education, I got job that was 5 rupees per day. Can you believe it? 5 rupees per day. I didn't mind that. I worked about 4 months on that role. It was daily wage. I worked as an assistant to some engineer and junior engineer, as that position was like a worker, ordinary worker, like supervisor, like mate, or like work assistant, you can say. For 4 months I worked in that position, and I got about 150 rupees per month if I did full in whole month. And I didn't mind that. I worked, and that person interviewed me, not simply give me because of someone. He asked me to work this work for few days. He asked me to do this work, that work. Then I say, okay, you work for me until you get some job. And you see, I was lucky, and after 4 months I got job in same government department. And means I had luck. After that I continued, and I later on improved my educational level also. I completed my remaining education of IEI. Then in 1980, and or you can say I got A and B pass certificate from IEI in 1981. And after that I wanted to do further study, but I could not do because I left this country to work on projects. And you know, when you are on projects, on sites, in deserts, you cannot think of further education. No time. You are new and you have to learn a lot. You have to struggle a lot. And once you work 12 hours, 14 hours a day, then there is no way that you can continue your study. In those days there was no facility, no internet, nothing. Maximum only calculators, not more than that. So I was, once you are on projects, you are a different person. That's also true. You see, designers can be placed anywhere. They can be adjusted, they can be transferred. But field work, actually, to be very frank, site work, you can say. Site work person is, of course, not paid much, but required much. Site work person who has any nationality, you can say whatever. Why I am explaining to you? Because this is of engineering background. Engineering back, how engineer is made up. Means it's not simply your education that can make you engineer. You shall become engineer by your own. By your own. When you means your work is more important in field than your title. If you work by heart, by contribution a lot, by everything, you can say, so you'll get more and more titles. Titles is not a big deal here. Titles is not a big deal here. Your work is deal. Your work should be like that. Titles keep coming and going. You see, I had titles like junior project engineer, senior engineer, you can say project manager, you can say office engineer, civil engineer, or you can say sometimes site agent, project engineer, or you may say project manager, or you can say senior projects manager. Now titles are many. Some companies' title is very small, but work is very big, responsibility is big. Some companies, organizations' title are very small, very big, but responsive. It's only for sake of giving title. So engineering title don't depend upon that. What is your role? It's your responsibility. It's your job description, and its size of project, what you are doing, and your activities, your role, what work you are doing, and how much you are learning. How much, what level you learn, that's more important. Because if you sincerely work on sites, in 1 year you can learn a lot. In 2 years you can learn further lot. You have to learn every day. every month, every year. It's more than your college education. Yes, in college, in your higher education, ME or PhD, you will learn some theories. Indeed, you will learn some books knowledge. That may be useful, may not be useful, it depends. But your side knowledge shall give you something. Your side knowledge, because you are working there. You work there. That knowledge is yours. That is your real earning. Because you are responsible there. You are accountable there. You earn more confidence than you could earn from your university. Your university cannot give you confidence. Never. Yes, it gives you potential. It gives you read, study, understand. That's one part of learning. Do not always measure with certificate. Measure with what you learn, what you earn. Because when you work in field, you will face many people, maybe more intelligent than you, more educated than you, or very less. But you have to work with them. To work with them, you have to work yourself. You cannot ask them, it's not your way, it's international way. You have to work, and then you have to lead them. And if you do not work, you think just I tell them do it and they do it. No, they won't do it. Until they trust you. You have to build trust in field. That trust in where we do. Don't forget our country. I'm not talking about this country. I'm talking about whole world. Trust is very important. If trust is not built, you won't be thrown. You won't be thrown. You won't be accepted by people. Because more than writing, some people trust. I trust you. Trust means whatever you say, you shall do it. That is called trust. Trust doesn't mean they know you. No, it's not that. It's not personal level trust. It's professional trust. I have seen many people, they comment on someone, oh, if this person says, that person doesn't have qualification. Oh, if this person says I will do it, that person will do it. I have noted this many times, and particularly from Europeans and British. Okay, don't worry, sorry, if this person says do it. Just like I believe you do, or you say I'll do, it applies that way. Same thing is known. Arabic people also do same thing. Oh, this person, okay, we will do it. It's your image, it's your reputation, you make it. In international field, it's different conduct. You cannot always say, they see my certificate. No, you can't say that. They don't read your title even. They don't even ask you sometimes what you are. Oh, you have done it, very good, do it. Sometimes they don't know what you are, some people. They don't understand even what you are. But they understand you can do it. See, beauty. Sometimes they know they want your certificate in remote case. There's a dispute or something, or they have to submit application somewhere where your certificate is essential. Only in that case they want your title, or they call in their khitab. In Arabic it's called khitab. I could not understand whether where's a khitab. No, this is your certificate is asking for. Because your certificate is title of your engineer, being engineer. That's what means they are. And I respect their this conduct, that they respect work and they don't. If you are very top class engineer in papers and you cannot do anything practically, they don't recognize you as engineer. They don't recognize you as engineer. Not. They taunt you otherwise. They taunt you. I still remember one person. He was Arabic Lebanese, and he was from America, passed from America. His doctorate, engineering doctorate. But practically, he was a doctorate only. Practically, his seniors, his country seniors, or general foreman used to taunt him, Hakim. Means doctor in their language is Hakim. In Arabic it is Hakim. They used to taunt him when he did either something wrong, or he could not express them when he used to touch him, because there's a culture in these countries, in Arab or in European world or Arabian in West world that chatting is very important. Chatting means you have to chat with your people, means or you tell them what they should do or how something can be done. How can you do this? How can you do that? They believe in that deliberation. Sometime in the evening when work is over, they sit together with all staff like foremen, general foremen, particularly those who have to lead work on site. These people used to, and I had opportunities with them as well because I used to associate that person. And I also used to tell this general foreman, and this doctor told me this knows everything is the general foreman. You can learn from him. Okay, I will learn from him. No, not worry. When this man used to come to me also, what I should do, I have to show me what's in drawing. So I keep everything in advance. Means I used to keep inside. See, I want like see he says I have to do like this. It's okay. No, this is wrong. How it is wrong? This can't be wrong. I did it. Okay, sit down. You did fine. Look, you see drawing again. This is not. I am showing you what to do. You do like this. Get this. Okay. Zain, Mazboot. You are right. Don't you say right or wrong. Means don't excite. Sight excitement is different. On sight you are. Now you are in drawing. Drawing is not sight. Drawing requires presence of mind. I am here, don't worry. I am doing every work you have to do. I know that's why I am here, you cannot do. You know what happens? These people who are sight oriented, they don't know paperwork. This is not their fault. They are not too educated to that level. We are educated, so we have to fill in that gap. What conception in Arabic world is. And just because I have experience with them, I'm lucky that I have experience with either British or Arabs or others. Means non-Indians. I experience a lot with Pakistanis and with the Sri Lankans and with many countries of Britain and Europe. And also I experience with some Americans or many others, Yemens and all Arabs, Lebanon, Palestinians, Libyans, Iraqis. I'm lucky to have some different experience which you can't find in our India part. And I understand that those people are not personality level that they respect work, and if they find it depends of if they discover that this person knows job. This person not only knows jobs but does job. Then they consider that person differently. In Arabic, engineer is translated as Mohandas. This for information. Those who work in Arab they know it, but Mohandas they call it Mohandas. Then I analyze that word in a different way because I am analyzer also, a general analyzer of everything. I analyze engineering. I analyze your news, I analyze life, I analyze everything. I am interested in that. Then I analyze that this is Mohandas actually, this is not Mohandas, this is Mohandas. Voice, it's Mohandas. Okay, fine. It is actually Mahan Dust. Mahan means great and dust. These are dust means hands. We call this Hindi dust. Dastkari, technique. Technique is known as dust. This is a great technician, or this is great technical person, which means this is engineer, and Mohandas is respectable. It's very high respectable word in Arab world, Mohandas. Just like they call doctors doctor, like this. And like you say consultant, they call istashari. Istihar, whose istihar is, whose poster is given on drawing, is consultant. This means is that. See, there are some ways I learned from them. It's not Arabic translation, just for information I'm telling. I used to call, for example, you can say, there's so many words they use, Haddad or Hadid. Hadid means steel reinforcement, they call it Hadid. And like there are so many words which meet. Had means limit. Hadid. Yield stress, you can say. Had of had is yield strength of steel. Yield stress for Hadid. Same way, So what I learned from around world people is that your work is ultimately valuable. What you deliver, what you perform, or you can say what level you have attained, you perform when you attained. ATTAIN. When you can, when can you perform? You can perform only once you attain that, and if you have not attained that, you cannot perform. That's also fact of life. So if you attain something, you can perform simple. If you attain something, you can perform, and if you cannot attain something, you cannot perform. So attainment is more important rather than telling others what I am and what I am not. People claim I am a structural engineer. Someone is okay, you are still welcome, you are welcome. The point is just stating that I am a structural engineer. Is it okay? Or I say I am a civil engineer, is it okay? No, it's not okay. Yes, by education you are a civil engineer, or you may be ME in structures. That's right. That is your education. That is your training, educational training. It's not experience. Experience actually makes you whatever engineer you are. Even if you are BE, ME or PhD in whatever branch, that is certificate of education. This tells only that you are a person of this field, and if you are ME, you are advanced one, and if you are doctorate, you are further advanced one. I don't think more than this it tells. You are telling yourself, or some you may say, provision of law can say that, because whatever information is given to those people, they receive that. Otherwise, if you go to real world of practice, real world of where work is done, there it's different. It's different. Just like architects say that they are authorized to do structures according to the Act, Architects Act, that is in India applicable 1972 Act, which they say structure is also my responsibility. But when you ask them, can you do? They will run away. You know that. I have experienced this. They claim for purpose of profession or to seek as a grab work of others, other professional. You can go and see in their Architect Act regulations, or you say practice, professional practice part. It's clearly given structure is their baby. And I feel sometimes that it is stupidity. Please don't mind it. I feel sometimes that it's childish behavior. You are not qualified for that. Elementary qualification, not qualification. You say, you maybe because of being architect, you have to learn some part of engineering, because you can say design of foundation or some elementary problem. I just like you cannot say that you know structure. I also passed electrical engineering. I passed applied thermodynamics, and I find so many other subjects like social science or applied geology. Can I say that I am a geologist? No, I cannot say. Can I say I am an electrical engineer? I cannot say. Can I say I am thermodynamics engineer? I cannot say. I am social science engineer? I cannot say. That is a part of informative education, where you should understand if something comes to you. Some electrical description comes to me. I should know what is voltage, what is amperage, what is transformer, what is machine, what is this and what is that. Only for that, what's earthing arrangement, on what is HVAC, and what is ducting, on what is machine, what is chiller, what is package. Only for that information is that. Means you should coordinate. That doesn't make you competent in that. That's kind of, you can say, side education. Similarly, in our engineering, we are taught plot design, so many sculpture drawing, even at diploma level that is taught, forget degree level. Means if you can think of designs, you think yourself, you think. Being an engineer, if you can think of design, you can think of structure, you can analyze, you can conduct analysis of, or through theory of structure. You think architectural design is that complicated that you cannot do it? You can do it. But because this is a different discipline, this is completely different field, so architect is there. I know conflict architect. There should be no conflict between architect and engineer because both travel same sea, both use same ship. There is some overlap in their education for 3 or 4 subjects only, like history of architecture, like design of architecture, or like acoustics, or 1 or 2 subjects are there which are different. Otherwise all are same. Engineers and architects are same. Means rather than you are having a co-movement, or you can say a integrated approach, why you differentiate, cost difference here? Yes, you are architect and someone else is engineer, but both have their roles. Yes, I can design architecture, there is no problem to me. I design my house, but I have limited knowledge because if I have to design some bigger one, I may have to refer some books or some bylaws, and they too also do so. It's not that they freely design, they refer to them also. So I can refer to that. It's not a big deal, but point comes to where competency is involved. It's completely engineering management I'm talking. I'm not talking something else. With different positions, different statuses, different spheres. When I say structural competency means you should understand the structure. You should understand how a structure can behave, and then have to analyze and design it. That engineer can do it because engineer is taught, and by experience, because engineer has worked on structures, that engineer can understand better, then can give better solution. And those who are MTech or those who are PhDs in structures and they have experience also. I cannot say isolation, no. Without experience they are also zero. Simple. Don't mind it. You may be ME, you may be PhD. If zero experience, I don't accept you as a structural engineer. No, you are not. You are only qualified engineer. That's it. A structure engineer must have basic knowledge and experience. Similarly, people who are working in this construction field, they must have educational knowledge and experience. Both are equivalent. Technology is very vast. Without understanding, practically you cannot construct independently. Independent value, independent status, independent responsibility only can be held by those who have experience. Otherwise, you have to learn first for a couple of years. After that, you can be given. That same thing applies to structural engineers. They have to work for many years, and they should call themselves structural. Otherwise, no. If you call, you deceive yourselves and you deceive others. Because until you have practical knowledge, you can also not be called structural engineers. Practical knowledge is very important. But I am not responsible for them. They are responsible for them. They can misrepresent, it's up to them. I am not going to misrepresent. My weakness is that I am only small person, only graduate degree, not master's or doctor's degree. But my experience has taught me a lot. Experience teaches everybody, and it doesn't teach automatically, remember. It teaches when you want to learn. There is no force. There is no one in the world who can force you to learn. But if you don't learn, you cannot move further, remember. Engineering is that profession where you have to move, you have to learn. You cannot talk and deliver. You cannot just give lip service and deliver, just like other professions do. Lip service only. MBA, lip service. And your other administration works lip service. Engineers, you might have experienced that engineers, particularly civil, I don't know much about others. As far as expression is concerned, expression verbatim is concerned, very few engineers will find talking a lot. Either they are professors and they are not engineers, that's different, they can talk, but I am talking in general. Without having written experience of writing, without having experience on site, you cannot express your mind. That's why very few site scholars, I should say scholars, I call them scholars, very few site scholars come to talk, deliver talk or to conduct seminars, very few. This is because they are not excellent people in expressing publicly. Yes, they know what is specification, they know what is work, they can do their own writing. Maybe writing is not very attractive, but they have to do it. Someone else may improve that. Generally it is like that, but the work is very difficult. Hard work, intelligent work, sacrificing work. They have to sacrifice their family, for a couple of years. I have seen people working in desert for many, many years, just going for 15, 20 days to see their family once one year is over, and then come back. So they are off their families, they are off their kids, because that combination is not possible. When you are in deep deserts, on big plants projects, or in some other housing projects, or some town development project, you cannot keep your families there because destabilization of family will occur. You cannot get schools for your kids. You cannot keep your work comfortable. You cannot give society to your wives. So you can say you put them in jail actually. You are in jail and you are putting them in jail. That happens. You cannot take to work sites to all your kids and your wives. Means first of all, it's not allowed in every case. Second of all, the safety, health measure, safety question, and you cannot them to pollution. Sites are generally polluted. You have to take. So you say sites not for family actually. It's not some function or some celebration or some you can say fair. You take your family with you and they can enjoy the year. It's not like that. So why this is actually engineering management. Engineering organization or management doesn't mean many people sit and organize. It does not mean that. It means operation of engineering performance, operation of engineering movement, operation of projects, operation of drawings, operation of doing job, multiple jobs, multiple responsibilities, multiple questions, multiple answers, and multiple instructions and multiple everything. You cannot define something. You should not define. You have to understand. You have to think. You have to write what you are going to do and then do it. You have to write, means first you have to think, then you have to write, and then you have to arrange and do it. Once you do it successfully, that's only required. Once you do it successfully I'm saying, don't take it otherwise. Successfully. It should be per contract or per definition or per design or per planning specification and per everything. Whatever is they use, that's required. If you can understand that point, that's fine. It's not easy to understand that, but you have to understand that. Yes, in beginning you'll find problem. Maybe I have seen people, they don't like, but they have to do the job, they are in job, they are not interested, yet they are in job because they need money in job, and they keep sleeping sometimes. And I've seen one person, I remember people used to say this person is MTech and he is here, he was civil engineer, and they used to joke, साहब ये तो गड्ढे में जाके सो जाता है. गड्ढा means pit, excavated area is called गड्ढा, and he goes there and sleeps, but nobody says anything to him. Okay, no problem. Means he didn't like that job, but he wanted to do that. Means he could not command to workers, he could not arrange materials, just somebody will arrange and give him, he'll just sit there. There are some people like that also. I'm not saying generally, but some are there who are less interested in job, but because of job they are there. Because he could not find job maybe to his requirement, or he has some other restrictions because of family or because of something. Whatever reasons there is, there are some people to that level also. So that person can't be called a person busy in engineering. Okay, you are in job, you are making money, that's it, nothing else. Remember, engineering is not what you think. Engineering is not what you think. Engineering is what you do. Every project is different, and our engineers actually do not want to learn, unfortunately. And that's the result that we do not want to learn, and we just even if you go and see some workshop or some seminar, you won't find anything constructive there. You won't find this. Those people who come to speak, they themselves actually are not very well experienced. They themselves, so they just bring some references, some presenter, some, you can say, PowerPoint presentation, and just this happened there and this happened there and this is like that. That's not seminar. If I attend some seminar, I spend 4-5 hours in that, I should get some information, some useful. I don't go there for tea, coffee or chatting with people. And if I don't get something, then for one time I'll go, second time I'll miss that. There's nothing in that. It's still continuous. I have seen for many decades that system does not change. Once you are conducting seminars, because you should say I was involved in seminar, I participated, or I was audience. Only for that person, if you are going this, okay, fine. Question is learning. You should have a point. You should have a topic. It's not just something you just take anything from here and talk 10-15 minutes and then go. Neither those who are there who understand something, nor that person say I taught them something. It's no contribution at all. Yes, there is something that you did, that's all. I should not criticize everything also, that's true. And engineering is something, don't take it as engineering spelling. Don't take engineering spelling. It's actually, work performance of work. What you can do. And engineering is not just one subject. It's division of many subjects. There are about 35 to 40 subjects in engineering, in every engineering, particularly in civil there are. And they all reach to some, maybe ultimately 4 or 5 attend. 4 or 5 integrated subjects, like you can say, where theory of structure, design of structure, construction, and you can say management of planning, quality, safety, valuation, and you can say all like this generally are involved. And these require your knowledge. You have to learn about them, and this knowledge is an abstract of all education, because this involves maths, this involves science, and this involves calculations, and this involves technology. These 4 or 5 final subjects are, you can say, total results of subjects. You have to learn in field. What you learn in field in construction, you cannot learn from books. What you learn from designs, you cannot learn from books. Same way, how to handle others, all those who work in your team, or in others' team, you cannot learn from books. Same way, technology you cannot learn from books. New technology I am talking, and also delivery of activities you cannot learn from books. You can learn only background, what was before, or you can write something if you learn. So that is what engineering management is. It's not simple management, it is working management. It's a management that provides you input, that provides you something for future. And you feel that you are learning every day. It may be good or bad, it may be by mistake or by achievement, by both. You learn. Indeed you learn. I agree with that. Mistakes also teach you. But I have never seen someone in my life to record lessons learned. I have not seen that. Even British people don't record. Yes, they may record somewhere in meetings, not as a formal page that lessons learned for, that it is made a part of your organization for others to refer in future mistakes caused by people before them on some projects. There is no such provision. There is a provision, but they don't care. So if you don't care, your mistake should be understood by others. Say you caused this mistake. It's no question of shame on this. I don't call mistake by knowing. It happens because of some reason. So learn, you say lesson learned is that you have to understand, you have to analyze what happened, how happened, who is responsible. Doesn't mean you are going to punish that person. No, you are not going to punish that person. You are going to punish that lapse that happened. That lapse could be avoided, but it could not be avoided because you did not analyze that, you did not record of that, you did not report that, you did not confer with that. It may be published somewhere. Who read publication? Nobody reads publication. You have to teach at least your team, which you are not doing. Your team is more important. Sorry. Team is more important. If you cannot teach your team, because it's your responsibility, remember, to teach your team, to make up your team, this is your responsibility. You are their teacher. Real teacher you are. Teacher like you, they cannot find in university or in somewhere other location of life that they can learn from your side. They watch your working, they watch site working, but they do not know what is right or what is wrong. But they can learn from you when you tell that this was an error. We corrected it like that. So that they also know this was an error. How correction was applied. You have to give them documents also to read sometimes, your own writings, or you should tell them, see, we have done this project successfully, and these are methods or these are bases on which you did that. You can say, you can understand them, you can read them for your knowledge, or you can conduct some seminar and tell them we did this. Means there are so many ways you can tell them what was done, or you can issue them photographs of something we achieved. You keep with you, and you can say you also participated in that. I got it through those experienced people. They used to deliver such projects, final photographs. See this, you keep with you, and you can use them in some interview or somewhere else in future. That you are having the pride in that. You are involved with that in this position. Exactly, they say you have learned this because you may not be engineer, but you learn something. You may be, at least you are a good foreman, or you are a good supervisor. Supervisor means not technical supervisor, work supervisor. You are handling workers, you are handling materials, you are handling something else, and that's also important work because you are a direct support to engineer. The engineer cannot do everything himself, but there is a storekeeper, maybe there is supervisor of safety, there will be quality supervisor, there will be labor supervisor, worker supervisor, there will be cement, a concrete supervisor, there will be crew supervisor, bitumen supervisor, waterproofing supervisor, there will be carpenter supervisor, there will be steel fixer supervisor. There will be many supervisors if job is big, and every supervisor has a right to learn something from you. That's right of that person, I should say. And it's your privilege that you be with them to teach them whether they think it's suitable time. And it's a part of organizational management of interim. If you miss that, you miss management. You cannot say that you have a right to extract material, you have a right to use them. You can work them to it, but you have also a duty to teach them because you have to convert your staff into asset. A company requires asset, not just in machines or something else. Human resources must be converted or transformed from normal person to asset of that specialization. If you have such assets, I think you will have comfort in life, in at least to an extent profession is concerned. You shall have confidence, and they shall have your confidence. Means mutual confidence is available. And that is very much important in professional life. I am not saying this because I am a professional. Based on my experience, I am telling you. It's time, real time for me to disseminate what I know, because I'm already 66 running and I don't know. Maybe by my face you may not know I'm 66, but that's a fact. And it's not because of my maintenance of body, it's because of these circumstances. Working on sites, in sun, getting vitamin D. You know, health of every civil engineer remains healthy, good. If that civil engineer doesn't drink or doesn't do something which should not be done, and I'm also one of them. I never drank in my life. I never smoked. I never, I'm not fond of women. I don't do such something which is antisocial or anti-human. I'm a very normal person. I'm just telling you for information that I'm a very normal person. And I don't even run behind money as well, because I think money is not life. Your work is life. Sometimes you are benefited, sometimes you are not benefited. But I also trust that you get food by blessings of God, and you can support by blessings of God. That's also true. But I always keep in my mind that whatever work, whatever, it may be right or wrong, whatever I work, it's not my credit, it's credit of that power which represented me, which gave me representation, I'm sorry I said represented me. I represent that, I can say. I represent that power. I assume that I represent that power for my work, and that power helps me all the time. I believe that to some extent I represent Almighty for my acts. Maybe you do that, and if you do that, then first of all you will not run away from jobs, because you have a trust that there is some force with you, and that force helps you. That's enough for everything. If you think, no, you have to keep in mind, I'm very well educated, experienced, I know everything, then that's not right way. I'm not talking of religion here, not at all. I'm talking of power of law, power of God. And if I'm getting energy in my body, if I'm working successfully, if I work, I think I have backing. Backup, you call it computer backup, my backup is that. I always keep in mind when I do something that one is doing. I'm only medium, that one is doing. This is my own organization. I organize my work this way. So what happens if I do some mistake or attempt some error? Immediately after a few moments, I get some hint, some sign that yes, I have to recheck, something is wrong somewhere, and I find that maybe not immediately, it may take some hours, but I fortunately find that. You see, you cannot find every error, because your own work, it's difficult to check, examine again and again. But even then, something is possible. You can do that. That's what engineering is about and management is about. Now, let me do something for birds. 1 minute you give me. I'll come back and talk of soil, which is also very important from my point of view. Soil I cannot mess as an engineer, and those who miss, I will suggest them, be with soil. You will be a better engineer, and if you do not be with soil, engineering will soil you. Work shall put soil in your face and your clothes. Remember, soil is very dangerous. If it puts itself on your face or on your clothes, it's very ugly. But if you keep yourself on your face itself, you put in a design. Don't forget those who put something here. This is also soil, right? In villages, I'm talking. Some people put tilak here, or something here like this, or something here. All this is soil, nothing else. Soil is soil, it is oil, or it is, it is SOIL, what I should say. I cannot define that what it should be. And if you can understand soil, I think you can do a lot in civil engineering. 1 minute please, hold on. Soil, you should say like that, soil and soil, because it will give you benefit, it will give you something which you could not get somewhere else, and it's very important from that angle. I should say soil is very important from that viewpoint, and I should say I I can convince you if I would be, and I felt that I call myself successful in that way, because uh, because many reasons are there. We have many reasons. I cannot say if you accept that. Why I I talk to you about soil and about Mount Morillonite, which is a clay family, and clay, you know very well what I mean. Clay, which actually everybody knows what is clay. It's very important one from every viewpoint, and it cannot be overlooked. Clay is very important, and it should be clearly given value. If you don't value this, you can suffer, not clay. Remember, when I say clay mineral is an important material available in nature, it's natural material, and one with an increasing understanding of clay structure, Mount Morillonite is realized viable for an enhanced performance in a variety of materials and products in areas of catalysis, food additive, antibacterial function, polymer, solvent, etc. Significant development in use and application of Mount Morillonite is seen in recent time. This is application of Mount Morillonite in seen, and Mount Morillonite structure, properties, and particularly we discuss its recent utilization as important materials. You know, Mount Morillonite is introduced in terms of its natural sources, chemical structure, physical and chemical properties, and functional utilization. Important physical and chemical properties are summarized as particle and layer structure, Remember, particle and layer structure, molecular structure and cation exchange, effect, barrier property, and water absorption. This is followed by important functional utilization of Mount Morillonite based on effect of its chemical structure. Important functional utilization of Mount Morillonite includes food additive for health and stamina, for antibacterial activity. The food, it's food additive also it is, and for additive includes a food additive for health and stamina, for antibacterial activity against tooth and gum decay. Absorbent for non-ionic, absorbent for you can say non-ionic, anionic, and cationic dyes, and used as catalysts in organic synthesis. Environment concerns to date do not indicate the adversity for particles used as additive. Will be useful, which are clearly based on any Mount Morillonite structure to describe environmental effects. We are talking of soil, clay, Mount Morillonite, and I consider this as very significant discussion, and It relates to some literature available as well as the common understanding of soil, or how a civil engineer, and how I take it for my reference. That's very point. How I refer, how can I understand this? That's very important point. Nobody is born with knowledge. You have to make knowledge. Knowledge is life, and knowledge doesn't mean only theoretical knowledge. It means knowledge that works. I am not going to introduce. We have already introduced it many times. It's there, and also I just refresh that there are groups named scalonite, dacite, and lacerite, and there's another one is smectite, which is montmorillonite, pyrophyllite, talc, vermiculite, saponite, sapronite, and monthronite, and then elite, and after that is inelite is amosite and camosite, while chlorite is spookite, limite, and so on. And there are tables. Clay minerals there are major groups of clay minerals. We will refresh you. Kaolinite is one, and it has three members, as we said, including kaolinite, dacite, and lactite. And formula is, Al2, Si2O5, OH4. There's a elite group which is represented by mineral elite, and its common clay type, and formula elite is K, H, Al2, Si, L of 4O10 OH2 XHON. It's an important rock forming mineral and main component of shale. The structure of this group is similar to montmorillonite group with silicate layers, sandwiching, and ammonium hydroxide layer, and in same stacking sequence. And then chloride group is relatively large. Chlorite is relatively large and not necessarily considered part of clay, therefore its place is separate from. And we can say variety of clay minerals that basis on arrangements of tetrahedral and octahedral. Means varieties I'm talking now, I'm not talking groups. Variety of clay minerals and basis on arrangement of tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. And example is, let us say 1:1 clay, 1:1 clay mineral who have one tetrahedral and one octahedral sheet per clay layer. In one layer, both tetrahedral and octahedral sheet. And if I call 2:1, that is 2:1. If this clay mineral would contain, clay minerals I'm talking would contain two tetrahedral sheet and one octahedral sheet sandwiched between two tetrahedral sheets. So it is one tetrahedral and one octahedral sheet sandwiched between two tetrahedral sheets. Montmorillonite is an example of clay mineral having 2:1 sheet structure. 2:1 is also clay minerals and composed of an octahedral sheet. Octahedral sheet adjusts to 2:1 layer sheet structure for layers of various clay minerals with possible changes shown. So we have kaolinite, montmorillonite, or smectite, SMECTIT, elite, vermiculite, chloride. Sheet structure for layers of clay minerals. Sheet structure, we know the sheet structure of this. So natural reserves of montmorillonite, are present in various parts of the world. We know all that. We discussed that. That montmorillonite was indicated in 1847 in Vienna. Its friends, however, use of monazite for medical, you know, purposes maybe in over 200 cultures, including many countries like ancient Egypt, pre-Aztec, Amorphosium, Amargosians, natives of Mexico, South Americans and North Americans. Now, names are in different languages mean that, and now we come to bentonite, which we talked yesterday. Bentonite is an important rock of clay. This is an important rock of clay found in nature. It's an important source of monazite, and I can say it's an important source of monazite, and in nature, it's rock formed of highly colloidal and plastic clays, mainly composed of monazite, and in addition to monazite, bentonite may contain some amount of crystalline quartz in that. So you can find in that bentonite, in addition to monazite, you can find, you can say, in addition to monazite, crystalline quartz and crystalline quartz and cristobalite and feldspar. Now, variety of bentonite are results of useful and interesting chemicals. So, variety of bentonite applications, are results of useful and interesting chemicals and physical properties, and this is based on rheology, solvent effects and plasticity and lubricity, high degree bonding strength, high shear and compressive strength, impermeability and low compressibility. As bentonite and natural bentonite particles are indistinguishable from Caledonian clay mineral. So we can say under scanning electron microscope, however, main difference indicated was thickness, sodium or potassium salts of bentonite exfoliate into thin plates. Thin plates could be 1 mm in thickness theoretically. Clay mineral based on bentonite may exhibit properties of thixotropic gel formation. You know the meaning of thixotropic gel formation, and with water absorbent and high carbon exchange capacity. Then bentonite, which may contain monazite. Okay, it was discovered in 1890 in USA, and derived from bentonite may come sodium or calcium. Sodium and calcium. Sodium monazite is main fraction of bentonite, found in combination with 10 to 20% of various minerals, including feldspar, calcite, silica, and gypsum. So 10 to 20% of various minerals like that. The main sodium monazite is main function of bentonite. Now we go to monazite structure. We discussed the structure, and we just refresh. Physical structure is generally perceivable in sheets and layers, and composed of two structural sheets, octahedral and tetrahedral, Tetrahedral sheet is composed of silicon oxygen tetrahedra and linked to neighboring tetrahedra by sharing three corners, resulting in sharing three corners, and linked to neighboring tetrahedra by sharing three corners, resulting in hexagonal network. So result is hexagonal network. We have to see that result is network, not dimensions. So tetrahedra and sharing three corners, resulting in hexagonal network. Remaining fourth corner of each tetrahedron forms is part to adjacent octahedral sheet. Tetrahedral sheet is usually composed of aluminum. This is octahedral sheet is usually composed of aluminum, and this is tetrahedral sheet is composed of silicon oxygen. This point tetrahedral, which is represented by rectangle, is composed of silicon oxygen tetrahedron and silicon oxygen tetrahedron and network. And say the remaining four corners of each tetrahedron forms a part to adjacent octahedron sheet, and octahedron sheet is usually composed of aluminum or magnesium, that is in octahedral. Let's say remaining four corners of tetrahedron forms a part to adjacent octahedral sheet. The octahedral sheet is usually composed of aluminum or magnesium in six-fold coordination with oxygen from tetrahedral sheet and oxygen six-fold coordination and oxygen from tetrahedral sheets, and with hydroxide. Two sheets together form a layer. Several layers may be joined in clay crystalline by interlayer cations, by van der Waals force, by electrostatic force. Now theoretical formula is indicated in important natural physical properties of Mountain light are given in rest field indicators: color, water, soap field and soapy field, and expansion with water absorption. Softness is soft, and color, water, soapy field, and expansion with water. You can say it is Mountain lights. Yes, all right. Now, its properties are very common. Density is 2.2 to 3. This very well. Density is 2 to 3 measured and monoclinic. Measured and monoclinic, I can say. This is 2 to 3 gram per cm cube, and this monoclinic as far as crystal system is concerned, and hardness is 1:2 on Mohs scale, when soft possible possess fine grained occurrence. And fracture is irregular, uneven, and cleavage is perfect. Ardhi is lustrous, earthy and dull, and transparency is translucent, and color is white, buff, yellow, green, rarely pale pink to red. Presence of high valence, produces pink to red coloration. Important natural physical properties of it. Variation in chemical formula of monazite is possible, resulting from modifiable structure. Cation substitution. Cation substitution introduces charge imbalance. Therefore, chemical composition can vary and extract theoretical formulas never seen in nature. However, structure in nature in any form consists of water molecules. Chemical formula for Montmorillonite discovered in France is Ca sub 0.4, 0.14 and Na 0.002. Very long formula, leave it. Oxide composition comprises silicon and aluminum oxides. Silicon and aluminum oxides, however, was predominantly calcium montmorillonite discovered in Montmorillonite. Calcium montmorillonite discovered in that. And cation so elementary molecular structure is based on units comprising silica tetrahedron and aluminum octahedron. Alumina octahedron. Cation silica is fourfold and possesses tetrahedral coordination with oxygen. So cation silica is fourfold and possesses tetrahedral coordination with oxygen, while cation Al threefold occurs in sixfold octahedral. Layered structure is influenced by presence of charge in tetrahedron and octahedron. This layer structure is influenced by presence of charge in tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. Isomorphous substitution in clay mineral mainly produces charge. Isomorphous substitution is replacement of an element with another element in mineral crystal without modifying its chemical structure. For example, Al3 can replace silica 4 in tetrahedral coordination of Al3 is possible by Mg2Fe2 and Fe3 in octave coordination. Sheet present in Montmorillonite are composed of 2:1 structure. Sheet in crystalline plane are negative charge and charge in hydroxide group linked to aluminum are magnesium. Electrostatic force is primarily the force of attraction. Now we are going to some properties of this chemical composition that is actually still there. It says that sheets present in Montmorillonite are composed of 2:1 structure. Sheets in crystal plane have a negative charge and hydroxyl group linked to aluminum or magnesium. Electrostatic force is primarily force of attraction of attractive forces. Alright, then I can say electrostatic force is primary force of attraction. Why is that thing? Now we say, can go to chemical composition, ionic substances, substitution, layer structure, and particle size of natural elemental have important role in creating a variety of minerals with specific characteristics. However, sheet structure was used to clarify elements. That's now you can say monoclonite is basic raw material used in producing nanoclay. We discussed that chemically. You can say nanoclay. It can be as hydrated sodium, sodium, calcium, aluminum, magnesium, silicate hydroxide, and interaction between nanoclay particles nanoclay particles and polymer matrix significantly depends upon hydroxide and charges present in nanoclay particles. And increased aspect ratio is big aspect ratio is higher surface area. This increased aspect ratio produces a higher surface area. Mass of nanoclay shows a high surface area, and for example 1 gram of nanoclay product to have a surface area of 750 square meter, that's equivalent to area of 9 soccer fields. Alright, monoclonite is required to be surface modified to become organophilic. Surface modified to become organophilic and easy to disperse in polymers. Organophilic monoclonite is using organic cation substitution. Sorry, gentlemen, but you some gas, I think. Some gas, air is trapped. Air is trapped in volume. I think maybe water. I take more water later. Progress in study to modify structural composition of Mont-Mont's processor, its processing and surface treatment may be indicated by achievement of 40 patents issued to one commercial organization. Mont-Mont nanoclay has a experience of variety of utilizations. Monoclonite in nanoclay is indicated as truck carrier subsystem and as an additive. Monoclonite composition in drug system can be produced can be produced through utilization of anionic question. Anionic. Now, I'm not getting here. Let me put on the fan also. I try. Let me put on the fan on. I just put the wall fan. That's how it works. So some voices there in front. Now, Mark one light and talking and nanoclay are talking. Review, discuss the interest, commercially leave it. Now, functional properties, cation exchange property. I think we talked yesterday. Cation exchange property, then the adaptive conductivity, and it's then heat existence and water absorption and functional utilization and resist functional utilization. I think function is different one. So let us read this first. This is let's say electrical, non-electrical. This is functional properties. Functional properties. All functions. That's important now. My mouse is a color problem. Scars and color issue on my mouse. Like this, we can control color. Can I control color? See what's happening here. Oh, sorry. Something यार. It's happening. I don't know. Okay, now we move forward. So cation exchange property. I put that fan on. I think swimming now. I put that off. There's no need. Only voicings there. So cation exchange property it is. Cation exchange property of soil means Its cation exchange capacity is property of soil introduced by clay and organic matters. Clay and organic matters, remember, that is cation exchange, which is related to clay and organic matters. Its capacity of soil, its capacity of soil yeah its capacity of soil to hold cations. Cations means capacity of soil is to hold cations. So generally you can say Al L3 Ca2 Mg2 Mn2 Zn2 Cu2 Fe2 NaH, and described as quantity of positively charged ions held by negatively charged surface of clay. So positively charged ions held by negatively charged surface of clay minerals. It may also be termed as cation exchange capacity. Cation exchange capacity CEC may be measured as centimole positive charge. Centimole positive charge per kilogram of soil or milli equivalent. A positive charge per 100 gram of soil. Fine-grained particles of clay result in an increased surface area per unit mass. Smaller particle size is say 0.002 to 0.001 millimeter in diameter, results in a significant higher surface area, where a large number of cations can be absorbed. These absorbed cations impart significant level of electrical conductivity in clay. Cation members impart significant electrical conductivity in clay. So cations means is provide capacity, property of electrical conductivity. Ion substitution in other structure produce useful modifications. Ions substitution in sheet structure produces useful modifications. Ions like FeAl, Fe3Al are small enough to enter tetrahedral coordinations are small enough. So Fe and Al are small enough to enter tetrahedral coordination with oxygen and substitute Si4. So we can say say here electrical conductivity, let us say clay particles are porous materials, you can say 5.1, let us finish first, sorry. So what is say large size cations such as KNaCS, these are large, and if you say Ionic substance substitution, ionic substitution in sheet structure. Ionic substitution in sheet structure produces useful modifications. Just trying to change my direction for wind. And I'm not feeling tough. Well, let's move further. I hope everything's fine. Okay, let's move forward. Let's see. No problem button is same. What to do button. No, it's not so. No, it's like that. Okay. Ionic substitution in sheet structure. Ionic substitution in sheet structure Ionic substitution in sheet structure produces useful modifications. Ions like FeAl and F3n are small enough to enter tetrahedral coordination with oxygen and substitute Si. Similarly, cation like Me, Fe, Fe, Li, Ni and copper can substitute aluminum in octahedral sheet. In octahedral sheet, large size cations such as K, Na, Cs are located between layers and referred as interlayer cations. So K, Na and C are here. So large size cations such as K, Na and Cs are located between layers and referred as interlayer cations. So small sizes, ionic substances, that is Fe and Ar are small enough to enter tetrahedral coordination. So Fe and Lu can enter tetrahedral coordination with oxygen and substitute. So small cations are also named like, this can be SM, Mg, Fe, Li, Ni and Cu. And so this K, Na and Ca are large large and heating layers of after this we see electrical conductivity. We were talking this one cation exchange property. Now we are talking electrical conductivity. Clay particles. Clay particles are porous one, and pore fluid influences electrical conductivity. Electrical conductivity meter second per meter of porous material is combination of electrical conductivity. Okay, now conductivity of we know that porous materials and if liquid is there in that and pore fluid influences that. Electrical conductivity is of a porous material is combination of electrical conductivities of matrix material and pore fluid. Air, water and saline water may be present in pore. Air is there, water is there, saline may be there. When pore fluid is of low conductivity, for example air or water, bulk conductivity, when pore fluid is of low conductivity, example air or water, bulk conductivity of mineral is contributed by matrix material. Pore fluid having a high electrical conductivity significantly enhances total electrical conduction of clay. Clay particle with a significant porosity level 40 to 50% say, and saline water present total. Okay, then matrix will take care of that. Now if say pore fluid having a higher electrical conductivity significantly enhance the total electrical conductivity of clay particles with significant porosity level, that is 40 to 50% say, and saline water pressure or saline water presence on pore, then bulk conductivity is mainly contribution of pore fluid in pore fluid, then bulk density is mainly contribution of pore fluid in this. To 50% porosity level and saline water present in pore, then bulk conductivity is mainly contribution of pore fluid in this case. There would be negligible difference in cold in conductivities of sand and clay. Sand and clay both are there. Higher content of clay particle with 2:1 structure present a mont sample products produces an increased bulk density, higher content of clay already particles with structure. The structure present in mont sample produces an increased bulk electrical conductivity for non-saline soil. Effects was attributed to exchange however sometimes I pack myself in laziness, and this humidity really 88% today. 88%, these fans are not able to contain it. Just not just let me take little I think let me wash it please. Sorry for this. Must be taken. This happens here. That's the problem. So it is now we said a higher content of clay particles with 2:1 structure present in mont sample produce an increased bulk electrical conductivity. This is higher content of clay particles with 2:1 structure present in mont sample produces an increased bulk electrical conductivity for non-saline soils. This effort was attributed to exchangeable cations or to proton or to exchangeable cations or to proton transfer from dissociation of interlayer water content. A reduced level of interlayer water content in K. A reduced level of interlayer water content in K saturated clays resulted in lowest electrical conductivity. Since clay content whole fluid clay type, saline water and water saturation influence soil conductivity. Since we have gone through water clay content, core fluid clay types, saline water and water saturation influence total conductivity, assessment of electrical conduction of reserve reservoir work may be reservoir rock may be used to estimate these factors. However, however, variation variation of variation in distribution of liquid and solid phases introduces variation and complication in electrical conditions of heterogeneous virus. Well, distribution of liquid and solid phases introduce variation, complication in electrical conductivity of heterogeneous porous matter. However, distribution of liquid and solid phases introduces variation of completion in electrical. Distribution of electrical, pretty much the same task to be left with. Distribution of liquid and solid phase introduces a variation and complication in electrical conductivity of heterogeneous and porous medium. Distribution of electrical ions around clay pores is called membrane polarization. Distribution of electrical ions around clay pores is called membrane polarization. Distribution of electrical ions around clay pores is called anti-spiraling. So it's membrane actually. Distribution of electrical ions around clay particles or clay pores. Distribution of electrical ions around clay pores is called membrane polarization, and in membrane polarization negative ions are oriented on end to end of polarization. So you may see my eyes are closed because of this reason. Distribution of electrical long around clay pores is distribution of electronic joints ions around clay pores is called membrane polarization. And Now we have this membrane polarization. Negative ions are oriented to one end of pore under influence of DC potential, almost clay, pore and this orientation. Okay, now under influence of DC potential. Now let's go through okay. Now heat resistant. Heat resistant. What to do? Because I'm reading, that's problem. I want to wear out shirt, I can't. Let me see this will let us see if I can and display this out. What to do? It says heat resistance monomer is a good heat insulator. It's a good heat insulator, and heat resistant effects are obtainable using it as an additive to any substance. This is an area of significant area of significant research to produce thermal barrier effects in compost material structures. Thermal barrier properties of clay minerals had been used in heat resistant and flame. Retardant applications, and nanocity is currently used. Nanoclay, not city. Nanoclay is currently used extensively, and investigated polymer composite to obtain an increased thermal stability and residency. That's been the problem is. Sorry, I just stop here because humidity is very high. So what I do, I can't help it. So let's say again I come to point. Thermal barrier properties of clay mineral had been used in heat resistant and flame retardant applications, and nanoclay is currently used extensively and investigated in polymer composite to obtain an increased flame retardancy. Variation in expansion and the heat effect. Alright, move further. Little relaxation in between because of heat, because of humidity. I cannot sit properly. Thermal barrier properties of clay minerals have been used in heat resistant and flame retardant applications. Nanoclay is currently used extensively and investigated in polymer compositing, obtain an increased thermal stability of flame. Variations are in expenses. बहुत टटी मौसम it is यार 88% humidity. Yesterday it was 90%. क्या करें अभी? Variation in expansion under heat effects for metal, polymers and ceramics had been noted. Generally, order of thermal expansion magnitude is in polymers, metal and ceramic may be indicated as follows. Let us see. Polymer, metal, ceramic. Polymer, metal, ceramic. This relative order is based on value of This relative order is based on value of linear thermal expansion. Polymer metal ceramic. Let us move like this. I can't help it. Sorry. It's not good environment. This relative order is based on value of linear thermal expansion coefficient which are in range of 20 to 100. This is expansion which are range in 20 to 100, 3 to 20 and 3 to 5. This is per C degree for polymers, metals and ceramics respectively. So you can say polymer to metal. Expansion, expansion. What does it mean actually? An increased thermal stability of montmorillonite introduces its use as filler. This is polymer metal ceramic. Alright sir, let's move further. It says therefore an increased thermal stability of montmorillonite. Increased thermal stability of montmorillonite introduces its use as filler in producing polymers to impart a low thermal expansion. A low thermal expansion, however, therefore, an increased thermal stability of montmorillonite introduces its use as filler in producing polymers to import a low thermal expansion. However, enhancement of its polymer thermal stability. Enhancement in polymer thermal stability requires an increasing aspect ratio. Sometimes you can move further. It's something like that. Increasing aspect ratio and aspect ratio of greater than 100 is useful. Therefore, an increased thermal stability in montmorillonite rock produces as a filler in producing polymers to import a low thermal expansion. Low thermal expansion or enhancement in polymer thermal stability requires an increasing aspect ratio and greater than 100. Water absorption. Water absorption. Let us take water first. Water absorption. Why absorb water first? Forget soil. Let's say water absorption. Water absorption, absorption is not. Why is writing absorption? Is an important character of natural clay particles. Clay particles can absorb or lose water in response to changes in humid content in ambient environment. When water is absorbed, it when water is absorbed, it fills spaces between stacked silicate layers. Non-modularite typically exhibits a gradual dehydration. Montmorillonite typically exhibits a gradual dehydration and phase change to a stronger non-expandable clay. Non-expandable clay. A specific gravity of clay is variable, resulting from loss or gain of water. From loss or gain of water, most of known clay types are available in nature as a mixture containing several varieties including carbonates, feldspar, mica and quartz. Several studies addressed swelling behavior of montmorillonite. Interaction of montmorillonite with water introduces water molecules absorption. Water molecule absorption and swelling of montmorillonite introduces hydrate states and hysteresis. Migration of counter ion initially bound to So it says something else here. It says What I was thinking is, when molecule absorption and swelling of monomer induce hydrated states and hysteresis, migration of counter ion initially bound to monolite surface to central interplane. The migration of counter, you know, every day is very what this page is actually difficult trouble step, I have to move this way and back. It's not continuous reading. Water molecules absorption and swelling of monomer introduce hydrated state and hysteresis. Migration of counter ion initially bound to monomer. Migration of counter ions initially bound to monomer surface to central interlayer plane leads to swelling of monomer. Migration of counter ions initially bound to monomer surface, central interlayer plane leads to change charge locus in monomer has strong influence on swelling of dynamics. Alright, okay. Now says therefore change locus in monomer has a strong influence on swelling dynamics. Means we change cations, waters full now an important concern in clay mineral study is how monovalent and divalent cations affect swelling pattern K, Na and Ca. This is swelling effect of K and Ca monomer. Monomer is a 2-1 clay member. Monomer 2-1 clay member. That's two tetrahedral sheets separated by one octahedral sheet. Monomer plates can be negatively charged on, it's very, very, very patchy. So Montmorillon is 21 kilometers, that's 2 tetrahedral sheet separated by 1 arterial sheet. Montmorillon platelets can be, my mouse I can't see. Only platelets can be negatively charged when tetrahedrals are substituted by SI by L or G. Orthogonal substitution, tetrahedral substitution of SI by L in 2 dentate layers. When tetrahedral substitution of SI by Al into tetrahedral sheets or octahedral substitution of Al and Mg. General characteristic. Any of jobs? It's not see what's happening. It's all here. So small platelet size and stacking structures are indicated as complicated to accurately characterize through experiment. Therefore, molecular dynamic simulation is useful when of understanding atomic level structure. MDS is a useful way of understanding atomic level structure. MDS. What to say MDS? This is a dynamic simulation. It's an important one. It says a small platelet size and stacking structure are indicated complicated to accurately characterize through experiment. Therefore, molecule dynamic simulation (MDS), is a useful way of understanding atomic structure. MDS is useful to study micro Montmorillon structure. Let after that, valence of Valence of cations showed a significant influence. Valence of cations showed a significant influence on Mont-Morillonite water system. Simultaneous indicate that water. Where is it? Now let's go further. We are marching very slowly but to our destiny. I think valence of cations showed valence of cation showed a significant influence on Mount Morillonite water system. Simulation indicate that cation K shows a strong interaction with dehydrated Mount Morillonite sheets. However, in case of hydrated Mount Morillonite sheets, cation K1 C1 Ca interacts strongly. Ca interacts strongly. Therefore, layer spacing of simulated K, Na and Ca Mount Morillonite are obvious. I feel sometimes lost. Really, sorry for that. I feel lost sometimes. So confusing and complicated statements are here. No, simultaneous, we say, let me say, the valence of cation showed a significant influence on non-monodonite water system. That is valence of cations. Simultaneous indicates that K, cation K, cation K. So we all alternate कर रहा हूँ और कुछ simultaneous measurement of swelling and swelling pressure was done using a research developed by undistributed clay sample at defined swelling corresponding 0.75% were removed from cell and analyzed using SEM FTR ATR. Micron attenuated soil. See this happening. It's a problem, you know. It's okay. Disturbing you. Simultaneous measurement swelling strength pressure of them with research developed cell. Undisturbed clay samples at a defining swelling 0 to 75% was removed from cell and analyzed using SNFTR ATR. How to do, sometimes it's experiment only though. A simultaneous measurement swelling or swelling pressure was done using a research development under subscale sample of 4 at defined swelling 0.75% removed from cell and analyzed using SCM, FTR and ATR. ATR and micro attenuated total micro attenuated total reflectance spectroscopy silicate SIO stretching region 1150950 centimeter to power -1 showed significant change with variation in swelling and orientation. It was found that reduced particle size with increased swelling was related to increased micro orientation of clay, rearrangement of clay, right? take again one point. So this is the one. It was found that reduced particle size with increased swelling was related to increased micro-rotation of clear particles. Arrangement of clear platelets was observed as a direct result of breakdown of clay particles. Then you can say is one part, and then you go to functional utilization. Arrangement of clay particles, rearrangement of clay particles was observed as direct result of breakdown of clay particles with increased hydration. Now, functional utilization, we will repeat this later on, don't worry, because this is really very, I don't know, very complicated, and it takes time to understand. So I'm little, and due to that I fall also sometimes. So functional utilization, this is addition of montmorillonite to in-material polymer, addition of montmorillonite to in-material polymer, and products may result in significant enhancement in required performance. Increase. Interestingly, there is greater variety of montmorillonite utilization as an additive utilization, in composing or composite as a functional filler in polymers. A result obtained indicated useful effects. Examples included application as food additive for health and stamina, for antibacterial activity as sodium and saline, for non-ionic and cationic sites, and in case of what is gone. It has gone. I see so small font, where is it gone? Variety of montmorillonite utilization, materials and product performance significant in this scientific literature. Following sections describe important useful effects that occur during setting up. I lost that point actually. Where is that? Functional utilization. Addition of montmorillonite in material, polymer and products may result in significant enhancement in required performance. And this is, interestingly, there is a great variety of montmorillonite utilizations as an additive in composite or as functional file. पढ़ा करो यार से बाप निकले पढ़ा जा रहा है यार कुछ सोचो ना आई कांट रीड दैट all right right here I expanded forms what to blown up this what to do it's difficult to waste time variety of multiplication material and product perform a significant differential feature following section describes more important useful that are obtained using selected types of non-light resistance to nausea and diarrhea. Well, this is medical, so well, let me read it only for information. Medical है resistance to diarrhea, resistance to nausea and diarrhea, dietary toxins, bacterial toxins, and metabolic toxins can be absorbed by clay to resist nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. क्या करूँगा मैं ऐसा फंस गया यार dietary toxic bacterial toxins and metabolic toxins can be absorbed by clay to resist nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. Montourite based product is indicated to work immediately on digestive channels and light toxic substances resulting in their removal from body through a stool. Very important this is. You can remove diarrhea toxins, dietary toxins, the bacterial toxins and metabolic toxins can be absorbed by clay to resist nausea, vomiting and diarrhea. Montourite based products is indicated to work immediately on the digestive. So these toxins can be absorbed by clay to resist diarrhea. So it says that these toxins can be absorbed Montourite based product is indicated to work immediately on digestive channels and bind toxic substances resulting on their removal from body and through stool. Effects of Montourite zinc oxide hybrid on diarrhea, intestinal permeability, and morphology were investigated on total of 180 piglets. Piglets were divided into So we get this point here, very important point, means this test was done on these piglets, 180 piglets, and study was using dietary treatment with them. Piglets were divided into 5 groups and studied for 2 weeks using dietary treatment with this Montourite and Montourite ZNO, Mont Morillonite ZNO in diet, importantly result obtained indicated that diet alone of 500 but of zinc. In diet, general diet importantly result obtained indicated dietary additions of 500 mg per kilogram of zinc from MT was similar to 2000 mg per kg of Zn from zero and more effectively relatively. More effectively and more effective relation are related to morillonite alone 5 gram per meter from general for growth enhancement of piglets, alleviating diarrhea, improving intestines, microflora, mucosal barrier border. Okay, that's one point. Then barrier. Then supportive to health and growth. Very I did expect that. It's so boring, but well, it's near completion now. Already I'm on 6th page, so let us see how many pages can we finish. The use of calcium morillonite, Nova silclate in human diet can diminish health, harming effects of aflatoxin contaminated food. A study was based on clinical trial of selected voluntary in age range of 20 to 45 years. It is included 23 males and 27 females. Volunteers received calcium morillonite low dose 1.5 gram per day and high dose 3 gram per day for weeks. Compliance to study trial by volunteers was indicated as 99.1%. Supportive to health, use of calcium right. Okay. Now it says use of chemical morillonite in human diet can diminish health harming effects. I see. Use of calcium morillonite Nova silclate in human diet can diminish health harming effects of aflatoxin contaminated food. Study was based on client trial of selected volunteers in age group of 20 to 45 Yes. It included behavior. Okay, this can diminish something, so it's important. Health harmful means it helped in diminishing this. This is very important. Harming effects of aflatoxin contaminated food. So this is good one. Then we get a laboratory analysis of blood and urine samples was performed prior and late after trial. Hematology, liver and kidney function. Hematology, liver and kidney function. Electrolytes, vitamin A and E, and minerals were not significantly changed in any study group. And you see, study indicated montmorillonite can be the source of mineral for bacterial nutrition. Montmorillonite can be source of mineral for bacterial nutrition and found to maintain pH levels required for sustained growth. Several bacterial species differing in morphology, motility and gram reaction were assisted in experiment. So now we go to resistance to tooth decay. Now important obtainable effect is resistance to tooth decay. Tooth decay can be resisted by filling micropore using a fillable resin which polymerizes in situ and creates a micromechanical interlock in tooth structure. This bonding process is a selective substitution for tooth minerals. Use of montmorillonite as a reinforcing filler for dental adhesives, typical methodology or typical methacrylate monomers. So this is tooth decay, right? Okay, this is tooth decay. Dental work is over. Factor of insert tooth decay. Total tooth decay can be resisted by filling micropore using fluid resin. It polymerizes in situ and creates a micromechanical interlock in tooth structure. Bonding process is a selective substitution for tooth. Use of montmorillonite is reinforcing filler for dental adhesive. Now Results obtained for flexural strength. Flexural, I think you're saying engineering. Results obtained for flexural strength, elasticity, modulus, tensile strength, and thermal resistance. Thermal resistance on applied dental adhesives. Applied dental adhesives using monomerolite as an additive or encouraging. Adhesive produced with dimethacrylate copolymer and montmorillonite 0.2% concentration showed significant performance as dental adhesive. Improved performance obtained using 20% concentration of normalization indicated by X-ray diffraction. So flexural and other sorting means flexural strength, elasticity modulus, tensile strength, thermal resistance on applied dental adhesives using monomerolite and adhesive or encouraging. Adhesive produced with dimethacrylate copolymer could monomerolite concentrations show the significant performance of dental adhesive. Use of monomerolite as a filler may be possible in any of following morphologies. Agglomerated particle comprising particle with a joint and layer structure. Surface particle interacts with the polymer on substrata. Interlock form. Intercalated form, where a polymer or a substance molecule can be between platelets. Expedited form, where platelets are isotopically dispersed and in polymer and substrata molecules. Now, drug delivery system. So, drug delivery absorption, swelling, correctness of monomerolite are useful in drug delivery system as increased absorption. But absorption in dye stuff, effluent loading from dyeing, industrial and textile procedures lead there. Absorption of toxic heavy metals. An important application of adsorption properties of monomerolite is seen in removal of toxic heavy metals from aqueous solutions. Adsorption studies using monomerolite and kaolinite for removal of toxic metals, including CSSD. So we can say monomerolite in biopolymer. What's biopolymer? Let us say biopolymer modification using monomerolite as nanofiller is found to improve mechanical thermomechanical properties by polymer produced from schistose and non-molten instance. Pro-schistose was comparatively with the surface. Effects of fiber foreign polymer. Now we go to geological response from nuclear fuel. Geological repository. A growing variety of non-morolite utilization is perhaps indicatively or perhaps indicated by use of bentonite in in, in, in study to form a deep geological repository for spent nuclear fuel. Pure homoionic Ca non-morolite may be considered bentonite. Similar system to obtain information on natural bentonite behavior. Water saturated structure and porosity of Ca non-morolite were studied as differentiation small. So now says multiple porosity mode. We move further, so I think we have covered environment concern. Leave it here just now. There's a environment concern here. Green chemistry is a demanding approach. Green chemistry is a demanding approach in organic synthesis, where their release of hazardous gases and liquids is undesired. Environmental damage and ecological balance are required to be least affected. Montmorillonite is a solid act used in. Montmorillonite is a solid acid used in. Montmorillonite is on top, and you can say, let's sit down, little down, Montmorillonite, and then green chemistry in organic synthesis, and then reduced chemical waste hazard control, reduced energy consumption, reduced raw materials, process cost reduction. So let me just take a while into this organization of this montmorillonite acid, let's say it this way. take photograph photos को यार वो इंटरप्ट करो यार This is a relation shot, and just take a photograph of this so that we can get benefit of this at least. So it's that this is about how it is used for green chemistry. You can see that it's used for green chemistry here. This is the Mount Morillite on top here. You can see I'll show you this. This is, here is Mount Morillite, and then you go by down. Wait a minute, I should do like this, you see. Mount Morillite. It's a green chemistry here, and here down you can see, hold on, okay, light effect, green chemistry here, and this is here. If we can read like this, I can show you this way. I'll read now for you. Hold on like this, and see. This is Mount Morillite on top, then green chemistry, inorganic synthesis. Then on the right side, and this process, then cost reduction, then reduce the raw materials, then reduce the energy consumption, and waste hazard control, and reduce the chemical waste. This is here in this, and I repeat again. On top is Mount Morillite, and in between is a green chemistry in organic synthesis. And if you see from right side the process, of course, the reduction, and reduce the raw materials, and reduce the energy consumption, and waste the hazard control, and then reduce the waste, critical waste, chemical waste. This is that one in this case. And then let's go further on further talks of this, because now I say in this Mount Morillite introduction properly file was that, and we have gone through what it says. Actually, let us read green chemistry, which you read this figure. This was green chemistry, and it says that natural and modified clays, including Mount Morillite, received significant interest as catalyst. Use of Mount Morillite as a greener catalyst in organic synthesis is reviewed. Several clay-based or Mount Morillite based catalysts are available in market, including clay COP-TM, clay TM, glazing TM, and Vico TM, and so on. Good mining practices have been shown bentonite as environmentally not hazardous, provided dust abatement mask used. Bentonites demonstrate good performance as sealant and absorbent, and used as barrier for landfill and toxic waste repository. And environmental concern in extraction, use, and application of clay. Environmental concern in extraction, use, and application of clay can range over environmental characteristics of clay type and its minerals. Minerals present in clay sample, Mount Morillite particles, depending upon size range, may come in contact with living species. Health and safety concern related to montmorillonite particles received interest for study. Nature and distribution of inorganic contaminants such as metals and metalloids like arsenic, iron, and lead in clay bearing rocks may introduce environmental concerns. These environmental factors may influence use of clays in, in information obtained on environmental effects for industrial minerals, including various clay types, clay types, sand, gravel, and crust stone may not be applicable to montmorillonite composition, and studies will be more useful that is clearly based on any montmorillonite structure. Information on occupational exposure to bentonite dust in mines, processing plants, and user safety is limited. Varying amounts of silica is present in bentonite. Bentonite and kaolin clays. However, there are no reported cases of marked diffuse nodular pulmonary tissue fibrotic reaction to montmorillonite containing no free silica. Bentonite comprising montmorillonite as a major fraction, and kaolinite have not shown local or systematic adverse effects in cosmetic. However, these were indicated cause reduced toxicity towards aquatic organism. Particle size and chemical structure of montmorillonite are two obviously different aspects. Increase the concern in toxicity of airborne fine, that is 0.1 to 2.5 micrometer, and ultrafine, that is 0.1, less than 0.1 micrometer particles receive research interest. Epidemiological studies indicated an increase in morbidity and mortality was associated with rise in airborne particles, particularly in ultrafine size range. Decreasing potentials of quartz, kaolinite, and montmorillonite to introduce lung damage were related to the known relatives active surface areas and surface chemistry. Therefore, handling of ultimate particles requires more vigilant control to avoid health effects. Natural clay particles are smaller than 0.004 mm in diameter. However, manufactured non-nanoclay particles are in ultrafine size range and have shown toxic properties. These nanoparticles can enter a human body, reaching vital organs through blood circulation. Possibility is therefore indicated for tissue damage. Nano-sized particles coming in contact with the tissue may introduce toxicity and and health, and health concerns. However, particles incorporated in built materials or polymer products will not be exhibiting such effects. Therefore, there is a clear partition line in risk assessment for two types of particle composition: ultrafine and agglomerated and bulk material. Properties of nano-sized particles are different from bulk material of same composition. Beneficial effects of montmorillonite are known in form of voluminous products used effectively and discussed in section 7. Calcium montmorillonite is a production in living organisms. It is important that these are several standards practiced mainly in industrialized regions, addressing health and safety risk at workplace. Therefore, it is unlikely that future would eliminate non-moronite uses. Clay minerals have long been benefiting. Clay minerals have long been benefiting human and society. Montmorillonite, an important clay type, has received growing interest in utilization as an additive in polymer and products for enhanced effects. Bentonite is an important source of montmorillonite in nature. Basic molecular structure comprises silica, tetrahedron, and aluminum octahedral silk cation Si fourfold is a fourfold. Cation Si plus 4 is a fourfold and possesses tetrahedral coordinates and carbon composition, ionic substitution, layer structure, and particle size of natural clay minerals are important to introduce functional properties and chemical composition was used in for nomenclature. So, basic molecular, you can say, once again I say, clay minerals have long been benefiting a human and society. Montmorillonite, an important clay type, has received a growing interest in utilization. You can say, as an additive in the polymer and the product for enhanced effect. The bentonite is an important source of montmorillonite in nature. A basic molecular structure comprises silica, tetrahedron, and aluminum octahedral. Cation Si4 is a fourfold and possesses a tetrahedral coordination with oxygen, while while cation AI aluminum occurs in six-fold or octahedral coordination. Chemical 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 composition, ionic substitution, layered structure, and particle size of natural clay mineral are important to introduce functional properties. Sand effects in application of Montmorillonite sheet structure was used to classify clay, clay, clay minerals, and and chemical composition was used for nomenclature. Important application of montmorillonite includes uses additive for food, health, and stamina, for antibacterial activities, polymer performance, and absorbent formation. Now, if you go further, now let's go back to something and let's see what we started with here. It's not working. Don't go home. Why is that working? No, don't come here. Don't display time. Okay, this is now what we actually in this file have tried to understand, and that is this is from intake the carbon. Why actually important is in this, it's an abstract of clay mineral, and we try to start with that clay mineral is an important material available in nature. Clay mineral, we know that it's very important that we have to understand plus and minus values of clay, properties of clay. So clay mineral is an important material available, we can say, yes, that's true. It's very important, and we say with an increasing understanding of clay structure, montmorillonite is realized viable for an enhanced performance in a variety of materials and products, in area of catalysis, area of catalysis, food and additive, antibacterial function, polymer, sorbent, etc. Significant development in use of application of montmorillonite is seen in recent time. Now we provide an overall view of montmorillonite structure and properties, and particularly discusses its recent utilization in important materials. Montmorillonite is introduced in terms of its natural sources, chemical structure, physical and chemical properties, and functional utilization. Important physical and structure. So now this chapter we say overview of multiple structure and properties and particular discusses utilization in important material, and you can say summarized as particle and layered structure it is, molecular structure it is, and cation exchange effect, barrier property, and water absorption. This is followed by important functional utilizations of multiple light based on effect of this chemical. Says that this is followed by important functional utilization of multiple light based on effects of its chemical structure, important functional utilization of monomer light includes food additives for health and stamina, for antibacterial activity, and tools and gum. They are as an important area. And then we go further and see a little history about that. Little history, not overall history. Historically, it says clay mineral has long benefited human life and civilization. Being an integral part of Earth, its history is older than creation of human. Divine script of Holy Quran confirm that man was created using clay. This indicates that clay mineral was present before human life began on earth. In ancient Greek philosophy and culture, considered clay an important component of currency, and the nature recent is okay. Then we go through and say, so divine script of Holy Quran. So what says? It says that ancient Greek philosophy and culture considers clay an important couple of currently 21st century is in process of appreciating even growing number of clay application in material science. In times when technology was not at core of human civilization, clay mineral was used as an important form of material to form a variety of you can say variety of products. Its softness, plasticity, porosity, tangibility, pliability, and climate adaptability, all then At times when, you can say, uh, in times when technology was not a core of human civilization, clay mineral was used as an important material to form a variety of this. Okay, uh, variety of variety of products. This softness, plasticity. Okay, this is done. Then today when nanotechnology is hallmark of scientific world, contribution of clay mineral is significantly very visible as highly useful filters or additives in polymers for desired effect based on based on based on month moronite or current useful. So what I can say here it is today when nanotechnology is hallmark of science world, contribution of clay mineral is as significantly visible as highly useful filters or additives in polymers for desired effects. Nano, nanoclay is based on metamorphic monomorphic sorry, montmorillonite are currently used to modify polymer performance. A science of clay was introduced since prehistoric times. Ceramists, ceramists used nanoparticles since antiquity. Nanoparticles. However, nanotechnology is 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 knowingly scientific utilization, of nanoparticles. Use of kaolin may be tracked back to 3rd century BC. This is the use of kaolin. Kaolin is China clay, may be tracked back to 3rd century. That is back in China. China clay, a traditional name of kaolin, is a mixture of minerals generally containing kaolinite, and quartz, and mica, feldspar, elite, and montmorillonite. Historically, use of clay is known in architecture, industry, and agriculture. Procedure of sun-dried and fire bricks for building construction still follows century-old procedure. Floor tiles, ceramics, earthenwares, and pipes for drainage are examples of clay-based products used since ages. An interesting behavior of clay in producing products in its ability to swell and to mold in waters and and retain shape of container when dry. A common character of clay mineral is fine-grained natural structure in a sheet-like geometry. Fine-grained natural structure in a sheet-like geometry. sheath structured hydrosilicates. Sheath structured hydrosilicates are, are generally called phyllosilicates. That's called sheath structure hydrosilicate, are generally called phyllosilicates. Natural clay particles. Natural clay particle is smaller than 0.004 mm in diameter. That may range from 0.002 to 0.0001. So you can say historically use of clay is known in architecture, industry and agriculture. Product of sun-dried and fire bricks for building construction still follows century-old practice, and also floor tile, ceramics, earthenware and pipes for drainage are an example of clay-based products. Ages, since ages, and interesting behavior of clay in producing product is its ability to swell and to mold in water and retain its capsule shape. Then you go to, we say clay minerals may be grouped into so it is, you can say that a common characteristic of clay mineral is a fine fine-grained natural structure in a sheet-like geometry. Sheath structure hydrosilicates are generally called the phyllosilicates. Natural clay particle is smaller than 0.004 mm in diameter. That may range from 0.002 to 0.001 mm for quartz, mica, feldspar, iron and aluminum. Colloidal particles are finer and we can say called the are generally called the phyllosilicates. The natural clay particle is smaller than 0.004 in diameter. That may range from 0.001 mm for quartz, mica, feldspar and iron aluminum oxide. Now, uh, sheet structured hydrosilicates are called phyllosilicates. Natural clay particle is smaller than this size, 0.004 in diameter, and also, as you know, may range from 002, 0.002, 0.01 for quartz, mica, feldspar, iron, aluminum oxide. Colloidal clay particles are finer and found in layered silicates and is 0.001 mm in diameter. Clay minerals are, can say, one is kaolin, this group kaolin, and groups group kaolin, group smactite, group elite, and group chlorite. These are group, and in these groups, number one is kaolinite, which is kaolinite, dictite, and lacertite, and it is Al2Si2O5H4. Then smactite, that is mortallite, pyrrolite, dark, and then vermiculite, and sulfurite, and spermite, and non-rite, and then it's a light group, and then it is your ammonite, andesite, and calcite, and the chloride group means the chloride is cookies and so on. Now it's about material group of clay minerals, and these are colonite, clay minerals is kaolite, mortallite, smactite, elite, vermiculite, and chlorite. It says that okay. Now it says major groups of clay minerals in this small note here. So I'm just giving a revision of what we learned in this course. So next I'll start another file. Kaolinite group has three members, including kaolinite, dicite, and nacrite. Formula for kaolinite group is 8Al2Si2O5OH4. Elite group represented by mineral elite, only common clay type. General formula for elite is Al2S. Well, you can see this formula. No, I can't read this all. If you think it should be, you can refer to file. This file is available on you can say you go to file. I'll tell you. It's an important, similar to mortallite group with silicate layers, sandwiching, and aluminum oxide hydroxide layer, and same stacking sequence. Chloride group is relatively large, this group is not necessarily considered a part of clays, therefore it is placed as separate group in chlorosilicate, and say, and members in the chloride group are mesite, chamosite, and cookie, and define with varying formulas and structures, and there is no general formula. Variety of clay minerals is based on arrangement of tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. Again and again, tetrahedral, octahedral sheets, tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. Clay minerals is based on arrangements of tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. 1:1 clay means how one's tetrahedral and one octahedral. One tetrahedral octahedral sheet per clay layer. 2:1 clay mineral would contain 2 tetrahedral sheets. 2:1 clay mineral would contain 2 tetrahedral sheets, and 2:1 clay mineral would contain 2 tetrahedral sheets and one octahedral sheet sandwiched between 2 tetrahedral sheets. Montmorillonite is an example of clay mineral having 2:1 sheet structure and 2:1:1. Clay mineral are composed of an octahedral sheet adjacent to a 2:1 layer sheet layers of various sheet layers of structure or layers of various clay minerals within possible changes is shown now. As you said, clay mineral group is kaolinite, montmorillonite or smactite. Kaolinite is a kaolinite, 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 then montmorillonite or smactite, illite, vermiculite, chlorite. And sheet structures therefore for layers of clay minerals, and sheet structures is natural resources of montmorillonite are present in various parts of the world. It says natural resources of montmorillonite are present in various parts of the world. An earliest discovery of montmorillonite was indicated in 1847 in Montmorillon in Vienna Prefecture of France. However, use of montmorillonite for medical purposes may be in over 200 cultures, including ancient Egyptians, pre-FIDIC, Amargosian, natives of Mexico, South Americans, and North Americans. Name used for montmorillonite are known in different languages, including montmorillonite, Portuguese, Catalan, and Spanish. It is montmorillonite is Dutch and montmorillonite is Dutch and Alright, then see Chairman, go mother, and say Lord, let us rise and close this file. I indicated the 1847 in Montmorillon in Vienna Prefecture of France. However, use of montmorillonite for medicinal purpose may be 200 cultures, and including ancient Egyptian, pre-FIDIC, Amargosians, natives of Mexico, South Americans, North Americans. Names used for montmorillonite are known in different languages, including montmorillonite, that is Portuguese, Catalan, and Spanish, and montmorillonite, Dutch, and montmorillonite, German, Hungarian, and Slovak. Okay, montmorillonite and montmorillonite. Okay, and then major montmorillonite deposits are found at 5 places, including the Himalayas, China, and Urals, Pakistan, Caucasian, Georgia, Russia, Index, very good and Dutch and montmorillonite in German. So this is in this lecture, and then we go to bentonite now. So we're trying to just take a look. preliminary of this bentonite, which is rock, you can say clay rock. It is clay rock, you can say bentonite, and very important material, and also I have to say cereotic. Bentonite is an important rock clay found in nature, and it's an important source of marillonite. In nature, it's rock formed of highly colloidal and plastic clays, highly colloidal, rock formed of highly colloidal and plastic clays, mainly composed of marillonite. In, in, in addition, you can say to marillonite, bentonite may contain some amount of and crystalline quartz, cristobalite, and feldspar. Variety of bentonite applications and result of is useful and interesting chemical and physical properties. This range of properties inside. And then can say use of interesting chemicals such as a party range of properties include rheology. Range of properties include rheology, sorbent effects, plasticity and lubricity, vitamin and plant salts. Rheology here is, it's also important, so sometimes you have to understand rheology says rheology is seonar जुड़ी जवाट नाम से seonar साल हम मैंने देने लगा rheology Greek is study of flow of matter, primarily in the liquid or gas state, but also solids or solid under the condition which they respond with plastic flow rather than deforming elastically in response to applied forces. Rheology is a branch of physics and is science that deals with deformation and flow of materials. So it's all rheology, this is something else for us. It's rheology. This says rheology says sorbent effects, elasticity and lubricity, high dry bonding strength, high shear and compressive strength, impermeability and low compressibility. How compressibility? Compressive strength, is compressive strength, shear and compressive strength, high dry bonding strength, high compressive strength, impermeability, low compressibility. Natural bentonite particles are indistinguishable from kaolin clay mineral. They are viewed under scanning electron microscope. However, main difference indicated was thickness. Sodium or potassium salts of bentonite exfoliate into thin plates that could be one nanometer in thickness. Theoretically, that is, natural bentonite particles are indistinguishable from kaolin clay mineral viewed under scanning electron microscope. However, main difference indicated was thickness. Sodium or potassium salts of bentonite exfoliate into tiny thin plastic. Right, okay, then in general, clay minerals based on bentonite may exhibit properties of thixotropic gel formation, thixotropic temperature variant, and gel formation, which with water, high water absorption and high cation exchange capacity, CEC. These properties could be varied in clay mineral depending upon nature of interstitial water and exchangeable cation in interplanar space. Bentonite, which mainly contained Mount Morrelonite, was discovered in about 1890 USA. A name bentonite is associated with name of American geologist for one time, Robertson, just now. Mount Morrelonite derived from bentonite may contain sodium or calcium. Sodium Mount Morrelonite is main fraction in bentonite found in combination with 90 to 10 to 20% barium. Alright, then we go to Mount Morrelonite derived from bentonite may contain sodium or calcium. Sodium Mount Morrelonite is the main fraction in bentonite found in combination with 10 to 20% various minerals, including feldspar, calcite, silica, and gypsum. And physical structure of Mount Morrelonite particles is generally perceivable in sheath and layers. Each layer is composed of two types of structural sheath, octahedral and tetrahedral. Tetrahedral sheath is composed of silicon oxygen. Tetrahedral is a gypsite, you can say, is composed of silicon oxygen tetrahedra. Linked to neighboring tetrahedra by sharing three corners, resulting in a hexagonal network. Remaining fourth corner of each tetrahedra tetrahedra forms a part to adjacent octahedral sheet. That octahedral sheet is usually composed of aluminum or magnesium in axis fold. So physical structure, we know that each layer is composed of two types of structures. The tetrahedral is sharing three corners, resulting in axial network. The remaining fourth corner of each tetrahedron forms a part of adjacent tetrahedral field. Octahedral sheet is usually composed of aluminum or magnesium in six-fold coordination. And there's one road. It says remaining fourth corner of each tetrahedron forms a part to adjacent tetrahedral sheet. Octahedral sheet usually composed of aluminum or magnesium in six-fold coordination with oxygen from tetrahedral sheet and with hydrogen outside new sheet together such. So together forms a layer. Yes. Then we go down to structure of this, and then we say what are properties is very important, just to know properties of this. So that properties is very important to know of this, just for assimilation of knowledge. And meanwhile, properties, let us see what properties are. In fact, this is a theoretical formula. Now I'm going to take property name, and that is this one. This is that's density, that is 2 to 3 gram per centimeter cube. Density, right? It's okay. Density is this much then. Density is 2 to 3 gram per centimeter cube, and crystal system is monoclinic. Hardness is 1 to 4. On Mohs scale, soft, this is possesses fine grain occurrence, and fracture is irregular, uneven. Cleavage is perfect. Luster is earthy, dull. Then you can say this is fracture is irregular, uneven. Cleavage is perfect. Luster is earthy, dull. Transparency is translucent, and color is white, buff, yellow, green, rarely pale, pink to red. Presence in high valence, presence of high valence amine product. High valence amine produces pink to red coloration. So if high valence amine is present, then pink changes to red. So variation in chemical formula of montmorillonite is possible, resulting from modified structure. Cation substitution introduces charge imbalance. Therefore chemical composition, exact theoretical formula. I think What means is, if you say chemical formula for Montmorillonite discovered at Montmorillon in France is, you see what is that? Let us say what is that France is. It is bracket Ca 0.14 and A 0.02 bracket close sum epsilon, you can say epsilon 0.16 bracket A out 1.66 mg 0.36 fe 0.04 bracket close epsilon 2.08 bracket si 3.90 al 0.1 close bracket epsilon 4.03 OH2 so it's that way, so what I said, let me say again, it's bracket Ca 0.14 Na 0.02 bracket close epsilon 0.3616 bracket Al 1.66 Mg 0.36 Fe 0.04 close epsilon 2.08 bracket Si 3.9 Al 0.1 bracket close epsilon 4.00 bracket OH bracket goes to 1.02 H2O. This is, I think, this is formula France, I repeat, because you may see on file, but I'm just speaking. That's up France bracket Ca 0.14 Na 0.02 bracket close epsilon 0.16 bracket Al 1.66 Mg 0.36 Fe 0.04 bracket close epsilon 2.08 bracket Si 3.9 Al 0.1 bracket close epsilon 4.00010 bracket OH bracket close to N.02 H2O. This is formula of this you can say formula of this in France, and you can say that oxide, you can say oxide composition comprises silicon and aluminum. So this equals silicon and aluminum oxide composition. This is oxide composition comprises silicon and aluminum oxides. However, it was predominantly calcium montmorillonite, and discovered at Montmorillon. Document fractions were SiO2 and Al2O3, where SiO2 was slightly more than 50% of total oxides. Elementary molecular structure is based on units comprising silica tetrahedron and aluminum octahedral. Cations Si plus 4 is 4-fold and possesses tetrahedral coordination with oxygen, while cation Al plus 3 occurs in 6-fold or tetrahedral. A layered structure is influenced by presence of charge in tetrahedral and octahedral sheets. Isomorphous substitution in clay mineral mainly produces charge. Isomorphous substitution is replacement of with another element in mineral crystal without modifying its chemical structure. For example, Al3 can replace Si plus 4 and tetrahedral coordination and replacement Al3 is possible by Mg2 Fe2 plus Fe2 octahedral coordination. Sheets present in monoatomic are compared to 2:1 structure sheets in crystal plane having negative charge and hydroxy groups like aluminum, magnesium. Electrostatic force is primarily force of attraction between sheets, however it's fragile, and chemical composition, ionic substitution, layer structure and particle size of natural clay minerals have important role in creating a variety of minerals with specific characteristics. However, sheet structures was used to classify clay minerals and chemical composition was used. After that, we have studied montmorillonite and nanology, nanoclay, and we studied that also. You can say functional properties we studied, and its electrical property we studied, and we studied nanoclay, its functional cation exchange property, electrical conductivity we studied, and we studied about this heat resistance, and we studied about this water absorption, and we studied all this from this file. Functional utilization we studied, resistance to nausea and diarrhea, this is medical use, is supported to health and growth, is resistance to tooth decay we studied, and then is drug delivery system we studied, absorption of their dry stuff we studied, and adjust of toxic heavy metals we studied, and then this is the montmorillonite in biopolymer we studied here, and effective polymer, and we all studied this. So, but I think we considerably well this part of this part, and we must get something. This file is almost complete. I will take this was first the file that I have to discuss with you. This was downloaded from internet. It's not mine. I'm just referring to you. This file I took down from www.imtechopen.com. From this website we downloaded this file. I will take next time other file, and then there are two more files to discuss with you people. One is regarding same means about this file is giving a structure, some minute details of its structures, and another file is about the differential thermal curves of this clay, or you can say montmorillonite, which will be very important for all you guys, because we are studying in details from references. This is very important from learning viewpoint. It's much more than what we take from old books. We have to understand, means it's very important. We have to understand. We have to understand soil. I could not take time, a lot of time today for FIDIC, no problem. But this is also very important. I'm very keen that soil be clear, and particularly this clay or montmorillonite or perlite. It must be clear to everybody. It's descriptive, it's a structure to be understood, it's mineralogy, it's chemical changes, it's used in engineering, it's used somewhere else in medical. It's all extra, but information is important, and you can understand that. I think this is better as an engineer. We can talk to people, we can understand what is we cannot understand, we cannot learn from our education viewpoint. This is, you can say, added education. You can have self-studies. I'm not your teacher at all. I'm just sharing information. I'm not giving you instruction. I don't want. Just this information sharing. It is. If you have time, I know you're not short of time. You are, and of course I can't give you videos of 10 or 15 minutes. So this is not possible in engineering. If you have to explain to some people about something, you have to describe everything, and you have to repeat also, because just the description is not adequate at all. We have to understand this point very well, and I think I could do something for this guys, that something is better than nothing, and this soil is very important. To my understanding, if you design foundation and if you don't understand soil, or you don't have a capacity even to construct, to understand, to interpret yourself, whatever professional report of soil investigation is given to you, then it's a big question mark. It's what decision you can make, because no soil technician, no soil engineer will give any responsible decision. They may give something, but you can't share that, you can't use that on their responsibility. You have to decide, you have to, because you are engineer, you are going to design foundation, so it's your adaptability or your capacity to understand that. And then only you cannot simply respond because I got recommendation from that laboratory or from that expert, and I'm going to use that recommendation. It's not work where you are not responsible, there you are responsible. So your responsibility demands you to scrutinize, understand thoroughly what comes to you, and raise questions to that person, what he has taken, why he is not taken. And that is your job. Maybe that person doesn't respond because you are paying only for soil investigation, not for correspondence and not for technical scrutiny of that. In that case, you are on your own. You have to decide on your own. No one can stop you from that. With this, I take your leave. Thank you, Rajan. We'll meet again and see what to do, what not to do. That's an important point here. And I'm closing this for today by thank you, YouTube. And I close this video first as usual because YouTube is closed. It takes time, that's the problem, anyhow, no problem. So we take this time and I can say, and now we go to the one, and thank you this also. I close this also as well. It's gone.